that slide is visualizing the activities we carried out during the assessment. And then we proceed on to the next slide. On your left is a table indicating all the 18 indicators. And then on your right is a graph for the scores. When we start with the table, it has the 3 key perspectives and the sustainability dimensions. Those are 6. For the key perspectives, we have the user, and for that case, it was the Masindi district and the hand pump mechanics. Yeah, plus also some information got from the water users. The promoter, it was water aid. The regulators, they were Ministry of Water and Environment. So when we start with the social dimension, here we look at the demand for technology, whether the users have demand for the technology. And for the promoter, we look at whether there is need for the technology to be promoted. And for the case of the regulator, we try to see if there is a relevancy for the technology. When we proceed on to the economic dimension, this looks at the affordability of the technology by the users, and if the technology is profitable for the case of the promoters, and also if there are financial support mechanisms. When we go on to the third dimension, we assess the potential impact, negative impacts of the technology onto the users and to the environment. We look at the potential negative impacts during production, and then we also look at the potential negative impacts during the scaling up of the technology. So when we go to the legal stroke institution dimension, here we look at the available structures for management of the technology, and also we look at the availability of the legal frameworks, and then we look at also the alignment of the technology with the national strategies and also national standards. When we go to the skill and know-how, we look at the skills of the user to manage that system or technology. And for the case of the promoter, we look at the technical skills and business skills in managing or promoting that technology. And for the case of the regulator, we look at the sector's capacity to promote or to increase the adoption of the technology. Then lastly, the technology itself. On the user perspective, we look at the reliability and user satisfaction. And then for the case of the promoter, we look at the availability of the spare parts through the supply chain. And then lastly, we look at the support mechanism for the regulator side for the technology in developing the system components. So on your right, that is the graph is visualizing the scores from all the 18 indicators. And we use the color coding to score the technology. So we have color green, and this color green, it means that the indicator has a strong impact and it is supportive. And color yellow, it shows that there are potential issues which need to be followed up. Color red, it indicates that there are critical weaknesses, and this might hinder the adoption of the technology. And then color black, there is still there is still unclear impact of the technology. So according to this graph, we see that 14 indicators scored green, and it means that there is a strong performance of the technology. And then the four indicators scored yellow, and it means that there is a moderate performance. But however, there are no indicators which scored red and black. So we proceed on to the description. For the social dimension, here we have it. We got from the scores, it indicates that the technology is widely embraced because of its reliable service provided. It has also reduced on the breakdowns and also improving on the water quality. There is need for the technology on the regulator's side of view because it helps to address the challenges of corrosive iron that hinders access to safe water in rural areas. On your right, the heading is supposed to be this side, but it is the economic dimension. And for the economic dimension, we see that the users lack knowledge on the cost of the materials, the pipes, the fittings, and also the maintenance cost. But this is due to the fact that WaterAid fully funded the project during the implementation, and they embraced the technology, the fact that most of the components are affordable, are within managerial range, because you find that the UPVC pipes cost 90,000, and the list of the components are within 50 to 20 Ugandan shillings. So we also know that the government promotes boreholes through the district local government. So this indicates that the polder riser system can be integrated in the borehole budget at the district level. So when we go to the environmental perspective, the users perceived the technology as environmentally sound because of its longer lifespan of over 15 years. And the responses gotten from the users, they indicate that there is no rust and sediments observed in the water compared to the GI pipes. And this system, they do the pre-assembly of the system not on site. So this means that the innovation minimizes littering of plastic waste at the installation site. However, there is lack of holistic life cycle management plan that could lead to plastic and waste accumulation if the technology is scaled up. When we go to the legal institutional dimension, we observed that there are existing structures at both the district level and the community level, but they have not yet empowered to take over the implementation of the technology without the support of the promoter, and that is WaterAid. We all know that we have the rural water supply guidelines, but of course, it is not. We don't have the one for the polder for scale up. The fifth dimension is skills and know-how. The district local government plus the hand farm mechanics are skilled and are well equipped to handle the installation and repairs. And yes, the pole door they use like the other pump, the other pumps, the U2 and U3, they use the similar pumping mechanism. So it is easier for the hand pump mechanics to work with this new technology. The promoters also have the technical and business skills to do the marketing of the technology, while the Ministry of Water and the district local government have the capacity to support adoption and the scaling up the technology. Then lastly, the last dimension is the technology, and technically it is more reliable and durable, not like the GI riser system. And in the 2 years in use, there has not been any corrosion or decay of the pipes installed, and yet you find that the ground, the water quality in the aquifer has very many aggressive challenges. So, but for this technology, it has not been observed with any corrosion and decay. So it is good to note that the polder riser system, it can be installed to a depth up to 60 meters, not like U2, which can be installed up to a depth of 50 meters. The hand pump mechanics appreciated its ease of installation because of the lighter weight components used, but a small gap is still in the spare parts supply chain, because these products or the components are imported from India. However, there is companies in the country which are able to do the supply, but of course you're supposed to place an order for at least two months. Lastly, about our field of observations, we found out that there were varying flow rates in the boreholes. So the measured flow rates in the most of the boreholes fell below the design, and the design was 0.3443 liters per stroke. And our recommendation is we advise the manufacturer to redesign the orifice, that is the inlet of the water where the foot valve rests, and also to adjust on the lower bobbin that is on the foot valve, so that they create passage for water through the column. Our second observation was the corrosion and scaling of the GI sockets, and particularly this the corrosion was specifically on those that were submerged in water, and it was almost in all boreholes. So we recommend that the promoter should improve the GI grade of the coating or replace it with a non-corrosive alternative to extend the service life of the system. About the installation errors, we found out that some boreholes had leakages attributed to the loose joints, leading to the water loss during pumping, and also the improperly seated bobbins, and in the process of dismantling the boreholes, where the plunger fails to release the water. So here we recommend that the district, together with the project implementers, should provide stronger supervision for the hand pump mechanics to ensure correct installation. Then we found out that some boreholes have non-standardized UPVC pipes, and these ones you find that a borehole has varying pipe diameters, one of 48 millimeters, and the other had 50 millimeters. So we recommend that the technology promoter should develop, disseminate, and ensure adherence to the design and technical guidelines for installation and maintenance. Then lastly, our last recommendation, we recommend to conduct an economic cost-benefit analysis comparing the technologies. And these technologies, Poldo inclusive, the GI razor system, the ordinary PVC, the AfriDev, and the stainless steel razor system. Then lastly, we want to acknowledge WaterAid Uganda as the technology promoter for such an innovation, plus the district local governments, Masindi, Mubende, Kamwenge, Kalungu, Lyantonde, Kabalole, Bunyangabo, Bulisa, Chitagwenda, and the communities that participated in the exercise. Thank you so much. I welcome the questions. Moderator?
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. My name is Engineer Michael James Maseruka. I work with Community Integrated Development Initiative, CD.
I'm not hearing you.
It's best if I stand up. Sauda needs to see me standing. And for starters, she's my Oggi, so you get ready. I'm going to fire you. Yes, like I was saying, yes, good morning, members. My name is Michael James Maseruka. I'm an engineer with Community Integrated Development Initiatives, CD. First of all, I want to thank Sauda and the team for that very informative presentation. I was actually looking forward to it all the way from yesterday, and I had made a promise that I'm going to ask a few questions. So this is me fulfilling that. First of all, you've talked about issues to do with supply challenges of the technology. You said there were some companies who are able to bring the technology inputs here, and it takes about 2 months. I think you may have to expound on that a little bit more if you can. Who exactly are those companies? And because you said the 2 months and all that, I feel it's a little too long. Maybe we may need to do something about that. Then 2, I appreciated the fact that you talked about the resistance to corrosion, and you had a comparison with the other technologies. That's not a question, it's just something in the affirmative. Given the scarcity of the materials of the technology, as you've said, how is the O&M aspect addressed? Would someone have to wait 2 months for the spare parts to arrive in order to be able to fix a few things here and there? Maybe you may need to expound on that. Yeah, the final one. I'm prepared for her. Just the final one. Exactly. Yeah. Is the technology compatible with the water pumps on the market, given the ongoing trend of solar pumping? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, be careful when you see your OBs around. Eh? They will attack you to see if you were sleeping in class.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the presentation, and thanks so much, ATC. Today is when I have known what you actually do. I've always made appointments but I've never found time to go. Maybe this will give me the courage to come. I will start from the recommendation. I would have expected that would have been a piece of what you would possibly have done. I thought it would have been easy for you to conduct an economic benefit assessment of just going to the market, checking the cost of the stainless steel pipes and razors, and even the UPVC, and compare them with what is available, so that we would basically be having that information here. Then possibly my small question is, it appears currently there is capacity in the country to manufacture UPVC razors with stainless steel sockets. What would then motivate us to move with this that is still coming from outside, and we are in the Build Uganda? Is it Bubu?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Exactly. Thanks.
Thank you. ATC, that's all for now. Please answer those questions and then we can go for break.
Thank you so much for the questions. Let me respond to the supply chain about the spare parts. Yes, this technology uses or engages the, components from Ajay Corporation, and that is based in India, but it is the mother, but it has its child in the country, and that is Relief Line. Relief Line does the supply of all these components, plus Victoria Engineering, and the promoters are still engaging Gentex, so that we have in-country production. Yes. So about I think I've answered. Yes. The compatibility of the technology, yes, it does, though it is for this case, it is a hand pump, but if the borehole has enough yield, it can be compatible to a solar-based system. Thank you. I think the questions are answered. Let me give.
Thank you so much. He asked a question that we already have manufacturers in the country. Why should we go out? When we were assessing the poldo, we looked, it's an innovation that has been brought in. So should we throw it out? No. But then when you look at the poldo, it is a relatively stronger, it is a thicker pipe compared to the ordinary PVCs. So it will stand, and we have told you that it goes up the depth of 60 meters. So what the cost benefit analysis we are talking about is look at the O&M costs. How often do you maintain? How often do the O-rings, how often do the bobbins and the buckets break down? How often does the system fail compared to the ordinary systems? When you have a system installed with GI, installed with the PVC, how robust, how can it survive beyond? And you take it like for 2 years to come up with a clear guide on the costs of installation vis-a-vis costs of maintaining the respective systems. And maybe what she didn't mention, these polders in Masindi were installed in some aquifers that were having iron as high as 176 milligrams per liter. So you find that because we had to, when she said we dismantled the boreholes, we also scooped samples from the aquifer. And that's what we're talking about, the aggressive chemistry. And water is really aggressive, but the polder were still intact. Thank you.
A big round of applause for ATC. Thank you very, very much indeed for the innovations that we're doing. Members, we have under our break. Let us take a quick and short coffee break. Have our coffee, your snacks and tea at the entrance. The entrance is narrow. Please let's utilize it as best we can. And then we'll be back here to deep dive into the next session, which is a panel discussion on IWRM. Yeah.
Could you provided this? I was interested in this later.
The better thing to do is to carry your tea and come in so that at 10:45 we can start. Is that okay? Okay, 10:50 for the tech team. I looked at your face. You have 10 minutes. You should go and get your tea first so that you come back and. Yes. Okay. All right. Yes, my Where dad? Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh. Okay, but I like it. Yeah.
On behalf of the Secretariat, on behalf of the board, we welcome you all to the 15th Annual Civil Society Forum for the next. On behalf of the Secretariat, on behalf of the board, we welcome you all to the 15th Annual Civil Society Forum for the next 2 days. It's a call for action where we are promising with our partners to showcase cutting-edge WASH technologies and approaches that can be scaled across rural, urban, institutional, and emergency contexts. To recognize and celebrate the role of youth and women entrepreneurs whose creativity is reshaping the sector.
Austria has long recognized the centrality of WASH in human development. We see WASH as a multiplier, an enabler of health, education, economic opportunity, and gender equality.
Investing in WASH is therefore not a luxury, but it is an economic imperative that must be undertaken by all of us. It is now my pleasure to officially declare this 15th Annual WASH Civil Society Organization Forum opened for God and my country. Asante sana. Mungu awabariki.
As UNICEF, we are very happy for this year's theme, and it gives us some of the solutions when we talk about innovation, which can help us to accelerate progress and to develop more effective and sustainable solutions.
So this is a very, very good moment for CSOs in this sector to come together, to resonate together, all different actors from the community perspective, government setting, from the academia, private sector players, cultural and religious institutions are all gathered here for God and my country.
Hello. Hello, hello. The CD is switched on. If you don't come right back in, it might just start squeaking. You know those CDs you put in and they do. I don't want to be that CD. Please return with your cup of tea if you're still picking tea. But I hope we are energized and ready for the next panel. Are we energized and ready for the next panel? Because I'm going to invite them right away. We have a number of interesting things coming up at the top of the hour at midday, and we do not want to miss them at all, at whatever cost. So we're working around the clock. Please come in and let us begin session 3. Let us begin panel 3, which is integrated water resources management. You WASH people, how do you do these things? How do you say integrated? Oh, I'm supposed to say it in abbreviation. Abbreviation is more difficult for me. I'm going to ask Betty to say it in Karamojong. Because these things, you need to make them easy for us. Some of us, even if we are your OGs, please don't put us to the test in public and make us look bad. But what I like about the next session is that it's actually going to be easy and fun. It's going to help us understand these complex things through visualization and storytelling. But that's not my job. I'm glad that I don't have to do it like gift to tell you how measuring a mugundi, going a kumubzi. There's this girl at the university who was graduating, and she gave her speech. She said, "Jagala to thank my mom. Nemikwano jamam okun supportinga. Era to thank mwena. Kati njagala But I swallowed the seed. Okay, without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight into the panel that is titled Integrating IWRM into WASH. We have case studies and reflections from Uganda's water management team, and a very able panel is going to come up, but I am not qualified to take you through this. So instead, I'll invite the qualified person that is chairing this session. Marion is a climate and water resources expert. She's a strategic thought leader and a system change enthusiast. And she is great with IWRM, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, systems innovation, and so many things to do with equitable use of freshwater resources for socio-ecological resilience. Marion Icheduna is also a program advisor at Join for Water Uganda, and I'll invite her to take the podium right away. Marion, help me welcome Marion Icheduna, who is going to chair this session alongside Robert Asime. Robert Asime of Volthanga Hillfield, where he leads sector engagement and policy advocacy on WASH. works closely with the Ministry of Water, and I'm sure those are some of the people, the experts that were on the panel. Welcome with me, Robert, who is going to take us through, alongside Marion, this session of IWRM and with case studies from Uganda. Marion and Robert, the time is yours. We have 30 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Naomi. Since you've done the official intros, I will not go back, but I would like to be known as Icheduna. I love that name. It's a name from Teso. It's indigenous in Bukedia, but that's not what we are speaking about today. Allow me invite you to our third session. And indeed, our third session is going to disrupt us a bit from water, sanitation, and hygiene. But we're going to be speaking about a very important aspect called integrated water resource management. Someone said they prefer to abbreviate it, but just for us to understand, when we're discussing in the room, people were already indicating the overlaps that other sectors have on water. And I think it will be interesting in this session to see where that sits. And maybe just in brief, what IWRM is all about really is that coordinated management and development of water and related resources. And these are the wetlands, the trees, the ecosystems for not only today, but also for the future generations. So I'm just summarizing what when you say IWRM, we're really speaking about that coordinated approach where we need to sit together with other sectors. And so our session is actually looking at how we are integrating that into WASH, but also where are the nature-based solutions for WASH. So we want to see at the end of this session how we are bringing that through. I know from day one, we've been really focusing a lot on water sanitation, which is very important. But even more importantly, water has a home, water has a source. So how are we integrating this? So our main objective is actually to share practical experiences across Uganda water management zones. As you know, our policy directs the management of water through the 4 management zones. You will interact with them through the presentations. But importantly, we want to see how integrated water resource management can strengthen WASH systems and contribute to climate resilience, accountability, and sustainability. So without further ado, our session will have 3 main presentations. And in the interest of time, I would like to request that we go through those presentations. They are short and they are meant to inspire us as a house to talk to each other. So when we go through the 3 presentations, we'll take our questions down and any reflections down, and then we'll bring those back at plenary when we are ending the session. I hope that is okay. But before we go into those presentations, we kind of want to bring this to context. So we'll have our first talk, which is going to help us highlight the role of IWRM in Uganda's WASH agenda. We want to see where that marriage is, IWRM and WASH. And we are honored to have the Assistant Commissioner with us, who is going to give that talk. And so allow me to invite Engineer Orijabo Albert. He actually shares a name with one of the water management zones. I liked joking about that with him. That is the one that is in the west. So allow me invite Engineer Albert Orijabo. Albert Orijabo is the Assistant Commissioner, Water Resource Planning and Regulation in the Directorate of Water Resource Management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. He has an MBA, MS in Water Resource Engineering with 20 years in water and environment sector. He has also previously worked as a senior engineer in local government and mainly handling rural water supply and hygiene. He He also worked with an international NGO and was based in northern Uganda during the civil conflict, again promoting WASH in the IDP camps. Currently, he's supporting IWRM initiatives through policy development, dissemination, stakeholder coordination, capacity building, both at the local, regional, and national levels. Importantly, he's a focal point for SDG 6.5.1. He will speak to that, monitoring. And then also the blue economy implementation, which are related to IWRM implementation by countries. There was no better candidate to help us open this session than engineer. So allow me to officially invite him to take his place to give us that talk. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Marion. You know, the introduction makes me seem older than I am. When you refer to my days of Kitgum, that was 2004. I think many of you are just either joining campus or finishing high school. But thanks a lot. I'll be a little bit brief. I've been introduced. Yes, I'm in water with the Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Water and Environment. One time I was the team lead of Albert, so they would always refer to me as Albert of Albert. Yes. So colleagues, I'm supposed to give a brief overview. I understand time may not allow us to make formal presentations, but I would like to start with what Aisha just pointed out, that somehow they have discovered bacteriological contamination in boreholes, fecal coliforms. These were things that were not there during our days. We didn't think these microorganisms could survive in such anaerobic conditions, but now they're already there. And Mariam says that they are trying to look for technology to see how they can address that problem. In the same spirit, you see National Water is already expanding its Kampala water supply systems. I believe their treatment systems are designed for the traditional water quality parameters, turbidity and what have you. But we have emerging pollutants. Microplastics are coming in, heavy metals are coming in. So what will they do? Do you have to reverse engineer? Do we have to change the design of the treatment plant? Or we go into the root causes of these problems? In the case of bacteriological contamination, you might actually find that these coliforms, fecal coliforms, are not even within the vicinity, but they are coming very far away somewhere where you don't have mandate, where you don't have jurisdiction, and sometimes where you don't have the expertise to handle that. There could be a recharge zone that is feeding these aquifers far away from you. And how do you address that thing? Are we going to always look at reverse engineering, redesign of systems once we are addressed with these problems? In water resources management, we look at two critical components, the quality and the quantity of the resource. You guys in WASH, you're also looking at both quality and quantity. How do you ensure that you can sustain the quantity of your schemes to last for the entire design period? What happens when quality starts reducing? If you had a water supply scheme, for example, let me use my district, Terego, and it comes all the way from River Anyao, and the source is from Arua district. You cannot talk to the environment officer of Arua because he is in another jurisdiction. But your system is failing because of a disruptance upstream. That is at the national level. At the international level, at the regional level, as we all know, Uganda is upstream and downstream the Nile system. I had the privilege of discussing with the Minister of Water of Sudan, and he said, why are you guys releasing much water? Juba is always flooding with the rains. So how can we address such problems? How can we talk to each other? The floods in Teso originate from Karamoja. Do we have a platform that allows us to be able to address some of these challenges. And ladies and gentlemen, as Mariam had slightly hinted, that is what IWRM is about. That integrated approach, the coordination, improved coordination between us, the developers, between us, the users, and between us, the residents of these catchment systems. So I know IWRM, you've heard about it in different platforms, but it is something that the ministry is promoting and it's part of the policy directive. You are going to be managing water at the lowest appropriate level. It might be at the basin level, depending, for example, Nile Basin, Lake Victoria Basin Commission. It could be at the catchment level, that is Lokok, Lekere, Mpanga, etc. It could even be at the micro catchment level, just depending on all this. So it is something we need to look at. As was said, I also had the privilege of working with the Ministry of Local Government. And around that time, the conditional grant was basically looking at infrastructure development. I think there is even a rule, 70% goes to hardware, 30% to software. Yes, I don't know whether it's still the prevailing practice. Why? Because infrastructure is the one that attracts the votes. That makes you cut the ribbons. That can sell you immediately. Yes, but if you're talking about restoration of wetlands, they are excessively very unpopular. If you're talking about reforestation, they are excessively, the people say, no, these trees will take 15 years to grow. But what about the schemes that we are running? In addition to that, we're already developing a lot of conflicts. We are noticing a lot of conflicts between different and competing uses of water. If we brought our colleagues from Ministry of Agriculture, I think somebody talked about the need to engage them. They will tell you our focus is food security. We want to improve irrigation, etc. If we bring our colleagues in Ministry of Energy, they say, no, our focus is hydropower development. If you come to the WASH fraternity, they say, no. Our focus is enough domestic water. Although the policy directive is domestic water supersedes all other things. So IWRM gives us that opportunity to first of all sit together and say, okay, we all need food, we all need electricity, we all need water for all these different things, including the stakeholders who do not attend workshops like us, the frogs, the crocodiles, the trees. Yeah. Our colleagues in tourism will tell us that we are generating a lot of income, and yet tourism depends highly on sensitive ecosystems. So this whole framework ensures that we all come together, we sit together, just like you sit at home. The monthly salary has come, you sit down at home and say, how do we appropriate this? This goes towards nutrition, this goes towards security, this goes towards welfare, this goes towards etc. And that is what colleagues IWRM is entirely about. Just to highlight what progress we have had in this IWRM and how the fraternity can be able to apply the IWRM. As colleague Mariam has also said, there have been institutional reforms. We already have offices in our 4 water management zones. That is, the details can be approached. And within those zones, it's just a mirror, a reflection of water resources management. So we have the regional laboratories, we have etc. We have the different experts, social workers, hydrologists, hydrogeologists, to support WASH infrastructure development. The enabling environment. We have a couple of catchment plans. If you saw the WASH report, I think there were about 10 CSOs, yes, working in, they said, nine catchments in Uganda. And we want to thank the CSO fraternity. A lot of you have embraced this IWRM. And for those who have embraced it, they have actually been able to attract more financing, because it is also an opportunity to integrate climate change, etc. The CSOs who are still thinking old school, that I want to do boreholes without bringing in the climate component. Your proposals will be hard sells at the moment. As a ministry, we are promoting integrated project development. So if you are doing like the Kawiyanda Dam, there has to be a component and ecosystem. The donors will not give you that money if you are not, because we are looking at these threats as real. We have prepared, of course, the catchment management plans. They are available within the regional offices, within the zones, but they also what we call the water source protection plans. How do you implement, how do you protect these investments of yours? The plans, I think they're about four volumes, 5, I think, for point sources, pipe sources, for reservoirs, etc. And they prescribe for you activities and measures that you, as the WASH fraternity, can be able to implement, support the threats that have been that your schemes are facing. Institutionally, within the catchments that we have worked on, we have what we call the catchment management committees. I think we need to integrate these catchment management committees with the district water and sanitation coordination committees. Somehow there has to be communication between and amongst them so that you can be having that platform to resolve some of these things. The sustained capacity, I hope a lot of you people have heard about the Water Resources Institute. That is a special purpose vehicle of the entity to build capacity in these emerging things, climate change, WASH, etc., catchment management planning, etc. The coordination has improved. Partnerships have improved. I see a lot of colleagues here with whom we have MOUs, IRC, Join for Water, of course, the bigger UASNet. So it's also, there's a thematic group I saw for IWRM. These are opportunities where you can be able to join and also benefit from all these things. So how do we finance these things? How do you incorporate IWRM into WASH? There is a proposal to have the 3% infrastructure development that goes into protecting the resource. The 3%. Operationalizing it is still a challenge, but these are the proposals where we need to put in so that we can be able to do that. And of course, there's a lot of funding coming in from the CSOs. It has dwindled over the time because generally the financing landscape across globally is going through a lot of challenges which are beyond us. And so that is that. So just in a nutshell, we really implore you people, we have all the information. The next presentations are going probably to talk about the success stories, the challenges, but the enabling environment has been created. The institutions have been created. The management instruments, we all have them. And of course, financing has significantly been mobilized. Those 4 are the 4 pillars of IWRM, how you measure implementation of IWRM in a country. So I want to thank you once again. I am converted. When I was in WASH, we still had that arrogance. No, we are engineers. We just, ours is concrete. Don't even talk about wetlands. Don't. Until it hit us. It hit us. And that is why significant money was going into rehabilitation. You think the boreholes are drying and you're wondering what is happening. So let's embrace this concept and let's promote it. As a sector, we are willing to provide for you the necessary support, both at the zone and at the national level. Thank you so much, Madam.
Yeah, a very big round of applause to engineer. And I think that there are many as well in the house that are converted. And if not, we hope to have more. I think one thing that Naomi forgot to mention is that as Join for Water, we also chair the working group on IWRM under UASNet. So let's get in touch. Let's work together towards this beautiful concept. Maybe one reflection from what engineer shared, and let it sit in our minds. It's about the frogs and the fish and the trees. If they had a table here, what would they say? You know, so let's reflect on that, and it kind of gives us that empathy for the environment. And so maybe they would say more than 3% for protecting the resource when we are planning for hardware budgets for water infrastructure. I'll leave it at that. So without further ado, I would like to invite Robert from Weltunga Hilfe, and he's going to bring on board the second presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion. And thank you very much, engineer. I think it deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much for the 4 points on how to measure, but also if I'm to add on, one of the key takeaways is it's not all about toilets and taps that we construct in communities. It's high time now we prioritize on protecting the resource. The two previous speakers have spoken more about IWRM, and I want to beef up the context on IWRM before I invite the first speaker. What is this animal? Where did it originate from? And I want to let you know that IWRM has been here for generations. If you are hearing it for the first time, IWRM has been here for generations. And it gained renowned global attention in 1990s. That is at the Dublin Conference. And the Global Water Partnerships was established to promote IWRM as a guiding principle for the managing water resources holistically and inclusively. Now that is at the global level. How about for us, Uganda? As a case example. For Uganda, IWRM, it has moved alongside with our political and socio-economic history. When NRM got into power in 1980-60, we were not having any discussion about natural resources. Then in 90s, when the NRA adopted the 10-point program, still IWRM didn't have any mention in those 10 points program. Then, as time went on, the government started becoming part of the international agreements. A case in example, in 2015, the Paris Agreement was integrated into the Uganda's legal policy and institutional framework. A brief background engineer gave it to us. Then that started setting a strong foundation. We had the Water Act in 1999, the National Environment Act. We had the Directorate of Water Resources and Management being established to support the IWRM. And when you go back to our planning framework, the NDP2, NDP3, you find that they were prioritizing this. Then with the transition into NDP4, it's still prioritized. So it gives us now, it sets us with a direction that it's high time we need to prioritize this IWRM in our WASH work. So to take it away from policy into practice, I'm pleased to introduce Miss Betty Frola Nakiru, the head of project and an IWRM expert with Weltunga Healthy. Betty is currently pursuing a PhD in climate change, agriculture and natural resources from the University of Greenwich, UK. Betty holds a master's degree in climate change and development from University of Sussex and holds a bachelor degree in environment science from Makerere University. She has over an experience of 13 years in climate change adaptation in projects across Karamoja, Oso, and Acholi regions. And to set the record straight, for 9 years, she has dedicated her life to IWRM projects with ICN and Virtunga Herefi. But also Betty leads a project that is Rokere project that is being implemented in partnerships with Ministry of Water and Environment in the Rokere and local catchments. Please join me. We welcome Betty to talk to us. Thank you very much. IT team, the first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert, for inviting me. And I would like to thank the participants for giving me this time to present you something good from Karamoja. I know most of the indicators usually indicate negatives for that side, but I want to tell you that something good is coming out from that area in relation to Choga Water Management Zone. So lend me your ears. I'm here to campaign. I hope I'm aligning. Am I aligning? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk about the Lokere and Lokok Water Catchment Project, but commonly known as Lokere 3. It's a learning. It's a case study I'm bringing here. Next. So when we talk about the catchment, something related to water has to come in and some vegetation. That is what it means. Next. So that is the outline of my presentation. I'll be looking at what is that innovation, that innovative water resource solutions that we are that the project is bringing in relation to wash services. So for the Lokere project, just a snapshot, the goal was to sustainably manage Lokere water catchment that supports local livelihoods and development. Specifically, yes, to strengthen the watershed management structures and pilot measures that protect and maintain its contribution to sustainable and environmentally sound use. This project was implemented in Upper Lokere, that is Moroto, Napaka, and Nabilatuk, looking at the thematic areas of agriculture, environment, and civil society. Next. So from the Lokere Catchment Management Plan of 2017, developed by the Ministry of Water and Environment with the support from GIZ, there were 4 result areas, but Lokere project decided to take result area 1 and 2. Result area 1 is basically about structures, building the structures and doing a lot of capacity building. And result area 2 was what are those appropriate measures, adaptation measures that can be piloted to protect, restore, and conserve the ecosystems. And what I'm going to delve in is result area 2. That is the hardware. What we are able to do was, some of you must have heard what is called farmer managed natural regeneration. You keep that, if there are stumps, if there are local indigenous trees in an area, leave them the way they are, only manage by pruning and maybe tying if they are scattered. That is what is meant by natural regeneration. You leave them to grow in that area. So we were able to do this in the 29 sites. And the tree growing, we were able to train 1,154 people in the process, right from the initial stages up to the management of trees. As a result, we supported 29 institutions with the growing of 14,973 trees and 2 live fences of about 26,530 couples. So as we stand, the survival rate is 76% as I talk. And people have been asking, how is it possible in Karamoja? It is possible. On rangelands management, we were able to rehabilitate 4 degraded sites with pasture and grass planting. Next. Under soil and water conservation or erosion control, we constructed the construction of erosion control measures such as the stone gabions, stone bands. The engineers are speaking with me, right? Leave alone for us the toilets and others, but I know the engineers are here. They know what I'm talking about. So the stone gabions, the stone bands, this was basically to prevent soil erosion and land degradation. Remember, these interventions are at upstream, Mount Moroto. The level of the speed at which water moves is terrific. So these are some of the interventions that were used to slow down the water movement downwards. So there were 7 acres of stone bands that were constructed in a parish called Tapach, just to control erosion as a result of water runoff downhill. Then 10 sites were constructed with the stone bands, the gully plugging, you will be seeing in the pictures. And then 6,153 moon pits constructed around trees for water retention and support vegetation growth. The construction of flood control infrastructure, the 4 box culverts and 1 bridge. Next, was also done. Technology, why?
This side.
Okay, we are good to go. Yes, water provision. For domestic use, water was developed from a natural occurring spring up there in the mountains to serve the community of around 900 people. And it is designed for a 20-year period, projected to serve around 1,554 persons. This area has salt water. So they have only been relying on River Omaniman for suitable water to drink. So you know what it means to drink salt water. And then excavation and protection of the 2 valley tanks, each at 10,000. And what followed also was, we had 2 valley tanks that were previously constructed, and it brings us to a total of 4 valley tanks protected. 2 of 10,000 capacity and other 2 at 15,000 capacity. We also did 4 rainwater harvesting construction in 3 schools that are water stressed, and then water committees trained on their roles. Of course, that is now software, water quality testing together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, and 100 water filters distributed to 100 households in water stressed areas. That was just to reduce emissions, because a lot of wood is used in boiling water. So under energy saving, 7 kitchens in 7 institutions were constructed and fully equipped with the energy saving cook stoves. And we did not end in institutions. We also went to the communities where we trained households in the construction. And then we also gave up to 520 energy cook stoves to different households. That was done in partnership with the Spouts for Water. They are here. So you cannot do much when you are also not bring the policy issue, the enforcement. So we are all aware of Presidential Directive 3, number 3 of 2023. So the project supported the issue of bylaws, and the Ministry of Water and Environment, that with its team, are they called the MDAs? Yes, to support that, and where 668 bags of charcoal were impounded and then auctioned by court at Moroto NFA offices. Next. Now, when I talk about tree growing, That is how we started in 2019, the extreme photo. That second photo is 1 year after. And by last year, 2022, 2023, that is how the forest is. You can compare the third photo and the first one. Yes. Next, you can see the transition. Where those two men are standing was 3 meters deep. Right now, it's at 1.3. The gully has healed. You can see the vegetation. And then on my extreme right, that photo was taken in 2019 without the signpost, and the signpost is placed right there. You can see the vegetation transition from the front part up to behind. And what the small photo you see there, that is the moon. It is called the half moon pit. That retains water for that particular tree that has been surrounded with those twigs. I'll talk about that later. Next. Technology, you cannot fail us. Okay, so the box culverts I was talking about, the transition is very clear, you can see, but I want to talk about this. On my right is a school, and on this side is the community. That stick is what the children used to use to cross to school. When it floods, they would not, and most of them would end up drowning there. So what the project did was to, under flood control, had to construct that bridge, and you can see even our vehicle was slaying on the bridge. Yeah, so you can see, so that was the transition. Next. The solar scheme I was talking about, that was 2022 when we were doing the assessment. We did the construction, the BMZ donor came and launched, and the people are taking water. That's the transition I'm talking about. Next. Rainwater harvesting. We do both for domestic and also for livestock. In Karamoja, if you talk about people and you don't take care of the bank account, you are not in good, you'll not be in good terms with them. So as you provide for domestic, make sure there's also something for the bank account. Next. The water source protection I was talking about. What you see there is it's supposed to be the X, but the vegetation did not grow well. That is the X model. I think there are some traces. And then here, you see that line, that straight line of vegetation. So we call the other one the WHH model, which is X model, and this one is the GIZ model, which is straight. So we adapted them from GIZ, and we also did something for the WHH model. But after some time, we realized that the X model was performed better compared to the straight line. I'll explain that later. Reason being that when we looked at the water color, what people say turbidity, this one was more clearer compared to this one. But you may ask, why is this one clearer? It's because this valley tank is on a rocky area. So, but the other one is in a clay area. So you expect the water to be brown, but it's actually clearer, just like this one. It's because of the filtration method that was used on the other side and the way it was constructed. Thank you. Next. Now, when you talk about anything that talks about either rangelands or water, we have a Supreme Court, which is the Council of Elders in Karamoja. And anything we do, we have to consult them. First, we did a consultation with them. Second, they told us, okay, please go ahead. And we did the demonstration. And what you see, this is an area, you remember where the Ministry of Water and Environment and Agriculture were fighting from? In Karamoja, in Moroto district, that is Nakonyen. Don't deny it is here. So we did something in Nakonyen, the area there, that was the area of contention. So we did, before that project came, we did something there to demonstrate that it's possible. You don't have to keep the whole thicket. Create some path where livestock can pass as they look for their water. That was the demonstration we are trying there. Next. Now, what is fueling all this? Cash for work. For for whatever we do, whichever interventions that need labor, we use cash for work model. We do this because, you know, everything is, there is power in everything. Someone's time, someone's, what it is called payment for ecosystem services. So if you want the place to be green, you also have to do something. What is the community's contribution? It's labor. But we do this in guidance with the Ministry of Gender guidelines to provide this. So as we green, there is also something that we pay the community to support us in this. Next, and our accountability is very clear, by the way. What you see in the previous photo. Go back to the next slide. You see the amount is there. It is indicated, the date, the amount, the area, everything. It is an accountability tool, and that's what we submit to the donor. Okay, next. Now, I was talking about energy saving cook stoves. First, when we went to do the assessment, that is the kitchen, and that was the cooking place. So all that was transformed into that. Purposely, to reduce the amount of wood used in institutions. Instead of 5 bundles a day, it's now like 1 bundle a day. And we are saving the environment, where water comes from. Next. That was the household level. And training, and then down there was where we were distributing the already made stoves provided by Spouts. Next. Now, that was the enforcement I was talking about. Most of these people hide the charcoal even in their bedrooms, but the team knows where to get them. And so that was the police, and that was the NFA collection center in Moroto, where the auction was taking place. Now, it's not just about water. This is also a bait that you use to support the communities. As they do a lot on water, you should also be able to support the livelihood. So we support communities with agri inputs, as you can see. Next. And we have what is called community, and then also there is school. I don't know if someone can be able to identify what is happening there. Do you see something unique on the first photo? It's a mold sack. So someone in town does not need a big land to do that. They use sacks to produce food. So it's not very clear, but if you sit down there, there is a sack down there. So that's what we are trying to demonstrate, that it's possible. And the harvest is what you sit down. And then for the community, you can also see the harvest. Next. That was about the community. Then for school, we train the children to be future food producers, but also for learning purposes and for nutrition. So that is what you see there in a school. That is what's called a perma garden, a permanent garden. It is made in a way that agriculturalists understand it better. Me, I know about my stone gabions and trees, so they understand it better. So it is all about retaining, carbon emissions minimization, and then retaining water. That is what all those molds and those lines are all about. And at the end of the day, you're able to see something like that. Next. Yes, apiary. You know, when we are doing apiary, you're also conserving the environment. We train, we support with the kids, the hands-on training in terms of installation, monitoring, and that is the product. By the way, we have that product outside there in our stall. So grab one, and it's the best hand in the world. The Ministry of Water and Environment staff can attest to this. They know. Next. Yes, we also, for the little monies they get, we also encourage them to do the savings. And that method is one of the things that has sustained most of the communities. Next. I'm done. Now, what is it that is key? I have three take-ons from this: that integrating soil and water conservation measures in tree growing enhances water retention for vegetation growth. The tree protection using twigs. This design was adapted from the Karimojong hut and is one of the ways to manage trees canopy. Others say, but aren't you destroying the trees? We said no. And then the X mode of valley tank source protection is more effective than the GIZ mode, which is the straight line. Next. Now, all those achievements were not possible if it was not for the stakeholders. I mean, okay, sorry, because of the good work that the project was doing, we received so many visitors. One of them is the Upper Nile Nuri visit that was conducted. Richard is somewhere there. He was by then the team leader. Maximo is also there. Next. We also had people coming all the way from the DAI, USAID and CRS. I took them to see our interventions. Next. And then our donor finally came. He was reading, but he wanted really to see what is it that is here. He had to come last year in February and we took him around. He was also by the way on a learning visit and he was also a tourist. He came to tour, so he saw. Then all that was not possible if it was not for the good working relationship with the partners. That is the Ministry of Water and Environment. That was our first meeting. And then here the district local governments. Next. The Catchment Management Committee. That is the supreme governing body. Next. And then the constant community sensitization. With the community, you can see the police there, through radio, through community drama. All that was to send the messages of why we should conserve the environment. Next. So the challenges are there. Insecurity, prolonged drought, pests and diseases, and then some species were not doing well, and then wildfires, the livestock also destroying some, and poor roads. Next. Thank you. So we begin and we end our story with that picture. It's very important to us. Thank you.
Another round of applause to Betty. Thank you very much. As Marion guided at the beginning of this session, we have these booklets and we have pens. If you have any question or you're seeking for clarification on the presentations that are going to be made, please write it down and it's going to be attended to in the plenary session at the end of the presentation. Without wasting much time, I will invite two speakers who will talk about the implementation of watershed management and nature-based water conservation in Impanga, that is in Albert Water Management Zone. Please join me to welcome George Wambale. He is a male and program advisor at Join for Water. He is an expert in environment and social, coupled with natural resources program implementation. Again, join me to welcome Mr. David Katwele, a program manager at Water for People, and he has also worked with his Ministry of Health on Uganda sanitation funded projects. You're most welcome, David. I don't know how you're going to divide this time with George, but take it away.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we'll do this presentation with George, and I'll take about 7 minutes, and George will take about 5. Yes, because please just bear with me because I should have taken about 20, but let me take 7. Kindly allow me not to waste more time so that I delve into this presentation as soon as I can. So, friends, we are going to make this presentation on an implementation of this watershed management and nature-based water conservation activities or initiatives within the Mpanga catchment in the Albert Water Management Zone. As the presentation comes up, let me just give this brief. The Albert Water Management Zone under the Ministry of Water and Environment and Water for People as well as Join for Water got a grant from the Conrad Hilton Foundation to support the implementation of this project. It's a 3-year project being implemented in 5 districts of the Mpanga catchment. Next, please. I'm sure you are all aware or you are familiar with the Mpanga catchment, but for those who are not, The Mpanga catchment traverses 5 districts, and these are Chenjojo district. Sorry, let me start with Kabarore, where it comes from. That's where the river Mpanga comes from. Then it goes through Chenjojo district. Then it goes through Kamwenge district. Then it goes through Kitagwenda and Ibanda. And so if you look at the picture there, that is the Mpanga, the map, or the districts in orange. Those are the maps, those are the districts that make the Mpanga catchment. Next, please. So because of time, I'll just be going through the project progress. It is a project that had about 4 objectives, and the Albert Water Management Zone was implementing the first 3 objectives, and Water for People was managing just one bit or one objective, had a separate grant altogether. We're talking briefly about that. Some of the, about the progress that we've made, and this is the progress that has been made in this year. This is the second year, because the first year started in January 2024 up to December 2024. The current one is now 2025, and the last one will be 2026. And a number of activities have been done. This is just showing the project progress, capacity building trainings on community-based water resources management initiatives. And then we had to restore 80 hectares of wetlands. Then we also have 8 hectares of demonstration hubs. These are hubs where we teach people on how to restore degraded environments, as well as catchment protection. Then we also had water quality tests that had to be taken for purposes of determination of whether there is an improvement in the water quality in the catchment. There have also been 12 water monitoring tests that have been set up in the catchment for purposes of determination of the yield, whether the yield has improved or because of the interventions that have been done. And then as well as training the Albert Water Management staff on their basic competences and skills. And there is also a component of planting 90 hectares of trees for purposes of increasing the green cover over communal and private land. Just go to the next in the interest of time. I know. Let's move on, please. Go to the next. I know our time is spent. I don't have much time, but I just want to share with you some of the progress that has been made so far. The demonstration hubs, these have been created in individual people's homes, where the knowledge is passed on how to conserve water and how to conserve soil. So these have been done so far in Kamwenge, Chenjojo, and Kabarole, and sensitization meetings have been done. It's not easy to gather people together to teach them about these things that they think they know, but that is what has been done so far. And also the integration of agriculture in these catchment-based management plans. So this is a picture that was demonstrating the best practices in agriculture. That particular area that you are seeing was not productive in any way after, actually, in just a period of 1 year. It was not productive, it was dry, and after the interventions had been made, Dr. Brian, whom you see in the middle there, was letting people know how the interventions can actually help bring in productivity of the soils. Let's move to the next, please. Still, that is a demonstration that picture was training landowners on the establishment of soil and water conservation structures, as well as best practices in conservation. Next, please. That same picture also shows the landowners that have been trained on soil and water conservation methods. And about 3 meetings had been done in Ibanda, and 78 hectares had been mapped out in the district for purposes of restoring the green environment. So 90 hectares of trees have been scheduled for restoration and planting. And those are the teams, the people that have been chosen in their actual land. That is where the trees are going to be planted. Next, please. Just go to the next in the interest of time. Next. Yes, now that particular picture shows part of the 90 hectares and the tree planting techniques, the 2x2 pit that is being promoted for purposes of conserving water for the tree as it is being planted. And so agroforestry is what is being promoted. That is planting trees as well as in agriculture products. And so people had picked interest in knowing exactly how do you do this. So that is a demonstration of what had been done. Next, please. Then there is also the restoration of 8 hectares of wetlands and their buffers. So we had to demarcate up to now about 80 hectares of land have been demarcated for restoration in Kamwenge and in Chenjojo district. Now we have also realized that when you do demarcation of land, of the wetland, just do that and continually sensitize people to leave the areas that have been reserved for wetlands. And the outcomes are tremendous. Next slide, please. So that shows the area of the River Mpanga area that has been demarcated. And I've taken out some of the pictures, but just to show you, there was a before and an after, which indicated that activities that had been done in some of those wetlands, like we have seen in the previous slide, just by demarcating and letting people leave, the wetlands restore themselves naturally without any intervention. Just leave the thing and go away. Just leave and go. And that's what we're advocating for. Leave the wetland and go. In about 6 months, you cannot even believe the difference that you'll see. Next slide, please. Now, after planting trees that has been going on for the past 1 year, there has been a monitoring. I know our colleagues in Karamoja had a survival rate of about 76. In the Albert Water Management Zone, the survival rate so far on private land is 80%. So the trees that have been planted on private land, 80% of them have survived, while on public land, it's 75%. And I think that is for obvious reasons. But that is a learning that we have also seen, and we have known that before. That's why we want to train and engage the people, the individuals, to plant the trees on their own land. Let's move on, please, in the interest of time. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, the Water for People grant component, that is the point which I want to now talk about. The Water for People actually had a component of knowledge management. You will agree with me that we've done so many things as organizations. We have also tried to document many things, and I think the civil society does well in documentation. But what comes after the documentation? The knowledge management. Where do you, having documented what you have done and you've kept it in the shelves, now it's the knowledge management aspect that Water for People is doing. And next slide, please. Yes, we have, and this is the only slide for this purpose, then I'll invite George to come in. So our part of knowledge management, we have reached 12,000 people so far with messages on reflection on how to manage your, to manage the catchment. And we are at 60% progress to date. And we know that just reaching people with information and knowledge is not sufficient. So we follow them up with questions, asking them. It's like a question and answer session on key messages that they've picked from what they've learned so far. We've also carried out a learning exchange visit for these districts. They visited one district, that was Kamwenge, from all the other 5. And they learned a lot from the people in Kamwenge on what has been done. So we keep on asking them from the positives that they learned, where they went, what have they done about it so far? So that is part of the knowledge management that we are doing. And then we still have an outcome that is not yet progressing as expected. We had expected stakeholders signing up to be part of the water facility investment program under the leadership of the Albert Water Management Zone in partnership with the Nature for Water Facility. We are expecting, or we are still trying to put up a water fund, and that fund is expected to be contributed to by a number of organizations who are expected to sign up and contribute to this water fund. The details can be given later on, but we are struggling with that. To date, we would have expected at least 20 organizations to have signed up. We have so far got 4, but we are still on course. And then we expect a number of stakeholders to adopt at least one smart climate resilient practice. And that one, we are also not yet on course. We should have been at about 60% now, but we are still at 25%. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I have gone through this very, very quickly. I'm not even contented that I've given what I should have given, but because I'm under pressure, I hope I'll have some more time when the panel comes in to answer some of the questions. Thank you very much, friends. Let me now invite George to give us the next part of the presentation.
Thank you, David. I'll continue from where you have stopped. Next, please. I will speak to the PowerPoint as they move. But our case as Join for Water on the ground is that for us, we are given the city, that is Fort Portal Tourism City. And out of the 5 districts, so for us, we took on Fort Portal City. So 2020, Fort Portal City was elevated to a city status, and we are the only tourism city in the whole of Uganda. But we see that Fort Portal City, out of the 34 wetlands which we have documented, we see that 50% of them has been degraded. You can continue playing the slides. Yeah, so we see that 50% of the wetlands within Fort Portal has been degraded because of the developments that are coming up. So our role as Join for Water was to develop an inventory of the wetlands in Fort Portal City, but also come up with an action plan on how to restore or protect the wetlands that are still remaining. So out of 32 wetlands, us as a project, we have gone ahead to demarcate 4 wetlands, and the demarcation is still going on. And for us, the project will try to pilot only 6 wetlands, and this is going forward. So you'll see here, these are some of the wetlands within Fort Portal City. We have got Musoma wetland, and you can see how far we have gone into demarcation. You'll see this one is Kamengo wetland. It's about 32 kilometers, but we have so far demarcated 12.3, and also remaining 15.3 kilometers. So this is work in progress. And to achieve this, we have had several community engagements, of course, with the different stakeholders, right away from the city, the security, that is the resident city commissioners, the technical person at the city, but also the support from the ministry team, especially the wetland management department, of course, to continue sensitizing the communities. Like David said, once you demarcate, you will see that people will try to observe this boundary, and then at some point, of course, they will move out. But there is need for continuous sensitization. The other component in our program was to do water quality monitoring. Maybe next quality monitoring. So those are some of the pictures taken from the field. Yes, taken from the field. I want you maybe to take to the result one, the next one. Yes, so I want to speak to this. So we have been doing the water quality of the different streams and rivers that feed into Mpanga River. Like the Assistant Commissioner said, us, we are based in Albert Water Management Zone, and one of the resources we have is the Mpanga River, of course, which crosses almost 7 districts, and most of our livelihoods rely on that river. But we see that most of the streams from these wetlands that are pouring into Mpanga River, most of them have been polluted. So you'll see that most of these in red, especially Muguno, this is in the city of Fort Portal, most of it has been critically polluted. And it is where national water draws water that supplies the city. So you can see the problems we have. And then if you see the yellow ones, most of those are from the districts. That is Cabrole district, which is outside the city. But you'll see that most of the streams and rivers within the city, most of them are polluted. And we're just 5 years the city status. So meaning there's a lot for us to do. So the last component is to do with water access so that we can be able to boost the water access systems within Fort Portal City, because also even the population is increasing. And my colleagues from the city, Fort Portal City, Martin and Stephen, they'll bear with me. Of course, we have been having water shortages because there's not enough water within our city. Thank you so much. That's what I can share.
Thank you so much, George and David. I think that was quite inspiring. And thank you to our audience for being patient with us on that. So, yeah, this is just a visual story of what they've just presented.
Nature is our first line of defense.
But I would request that we pause that.
Water body.
We shall do it the lunch break to kind of explore more. We wanted to bring the field into this room because that's the only way we can bring community voices. So as we wrap up this session, we would like to inspire the house. We talked about the technical jargon. I liked it, the way Naomi was asking us and challenging us to speak in our local languages about all these terminologies. We have one last component that is going to be presented, and it is really trying to show how we can turn technical findings into powerful photos and compelling stories. It's going to be very brief, and that should take us to our plenary. We're not going to have a panel discussion, plenary, so that we can have chance to interact with what has already been shared. So allow me invite Andrew Ijuka. Andrew Ijuka from Infonile. Andrew Ijuka is a notable figure in video journalism. So you can imagine what we are going to be seeing next. He's going to be joined by Vanessa Thompson. Vanessa Thompson works with Join for Water as a communication and development advisor, but she's also a water and climate storyteller. So the two are going to take us through this very brief process as we delve into the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So as Marion has said, my name is Vanessa Thompson, and I'm going to share very briefly, together with a colleague from Infonile, Andrew Ijuka, about what we've been doing. We want to present our innovation that's is quite simple, but it's powerful. So we want to talk today about how we transform technical water data into compelling stories that can drive community action. And we are taking example from the Join for Water scoping study that was recently published. It's a study that happened in the Aswa 1 and Aswa 2 subcatchment in Lira district. Next. So really, I wanted to just start with this one. Okay. All right, thank you. So, all right, okay. I've just been told that I'm not speaking loud enough. So I just wanted to start with this statement saying that nothing in science has value unless it is communicated. And at Join for Water, we work to ensure that communities not only protect water ecosystem and receive water from them, but we also want them to understand and act on information affecting them. So that is why I just wanted to start with this table that just shows information gathered from the Global South country, talking about the fact that scientists are still the most trusted source of information. which means that we have to find ways to bridge the gap between what the scientists are telling us, what is the data that we are gathering on the ground, and what is actually the way that we are affecting people's life and their livelihood. Okay. So like I was saying, what is the challenge? So the challenge is that usually technical reports and data sets are not accessible to the communities. And those communities that are most affected are not, they are left out of the conversations that we're having. So our question here was like, how do we bridge data and lived realities of the people in the areas that we are working in? So the solution that we found is, like you can see on the left, the scoping study report, which is a very thick document. If you have time to pass by our stand, you'll see our exhibition, but you'll also have the opportunity to look at the report. And what we realized is that we needed a way to make that complex data accessible so that we don't just speak between ourselves, but we also reach the people that actually need to understand that data. And we also wanted to amplify the local voices of the people, especially women and vulnerable people. So you can see on those photos, like the activities that are going on in that area, in the Aswa River. There's like sand mining, extraction, and most of it is done by women. And the last thing is also to build empathy so that we can drive action. So it's not just about telling the story, but it's also a call to action. So what was our perspective and what was the interest of Join for Water in engaging into this? The first thing is that we talked today about integrated water resource management in Uganda. This is what our interest is. We are leading we are chairing WASNet in this. But also, what does the data say? It stays in the report. Communities don't see themselves in those figures and in those data. So like I said before, our innovation is really that we want to move beyond the dissemination into dialogue with the community, into dialogue with other stakeholders of the sector. And by partnering with InfoNile, we train journalists to turn complex water data into compelling stories. And you'll see how that was done. In the case of Lira, we had that data about extensive degradation that you've seen in the picture before. We had that information about low access to safe water. We had that information about like the pressure that is being put on the wetlands. But now we wanted to tell the stories of those different people that are living within those ecosystems. So like, how was that partnership? How did it come about and how did it translate in action? So like I said, we train local journalists from Lira that could speak the language, that could talk to the people. We train them in data analysis and data visualization. We train them also in like evidence-based reporting and community-centered narrative. So the idea was not just to report on everything negative that's happening, but also on solution-based journalism. So looking at the good things that are happening already in the area, sometimes very close to the ecosystem that are being degraded. And we found that there are already nature-based solutions being used by local community members. And from that, we could produce multimedia stories that were shared in different newspapers, so at the local level, but also at the national level in New Vision, in Daily Monitors. We had about 6 stories that were put together. And we also had a certain number of like graphs of data visualization that were produced as part of this exercise. So you can see all those different graphs and maps that were produced in order to make the information much more visible and much more available. So what are the impacts very quickly? Like what we've learned is that partnership can really amplify. You could say that the partnership of Join for Water with InfoNile was quite unlikely. It was something that maybe we hadn't like anticipated before, but we could see that the visual language is a common language and it can unify everybody. So I think once we see the issues, we are able to better relate to them and we are able also to act on them and get away with the technical jargon. So I'll stop at this and I'll invite now Andrew to really go into what Infonal does, how they actually bridge that gap working with scientists, and how they helped us on this journey that we're still on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I've been told I have only 2 minutes to present this, but I think I'll go on. So first and foremost, InfoNile is an arm of Water Journalists Africa, whereby we are trying to unite African journalists covering water, climate change, and also wildlife. But also, on top of that, we bridge the gap between scientists, researchers, journalists, and public to increase mutual awareness of water issues in the Nile Basin. And of course, we're a cross-border group of geojournalists and covering critical water stories in the Nile Basin through data-based multimedia storytelling. So briefly, that's us, but I would want us to look at the fostering of collaborations. Slide 2. Okay, maybe we will look at slide 2 later, but let's focus on this. So what we do is that we are trying to turn studies or scientific research into communication pieces. And by communication pieces, I mean media stories, because that's the only way the local man down there can be able to interact with these research facts, but or get to know what the scientists are doing. And we were able to reach out to our colleagues, Join for Water, who did a study, a scooping study that's around in the Aswa region. And of course, we were able to come up with several stories from local journalists who published these stories in the local media houses, but also had them in the national dailies. And from there, we were able to take back these stories to the community, where we interacted not only with the locals, but also the leaders of those communities. And some of the things that we do at the end of this interaction is that we request people to commit. We don't want you to say, yes, we acknowledge that there is an issue with the water source, but you yourself, before you talk of government, because I don't think Museveni will ever come and stay in Aswa, you yourself, what are you going to do about it? And so in those commitments, we help organizations like Join for Water hit their KPIs, because if you say you're going to make sure that you're going to leave sand mining and maybe start beekeeping, then that gives a journalist also a follow-up story to come back to you and ask, Mr. Andrew, you said you would leave the sand mining business, and now well, how far with the bees? So that's also a story on its own. But also we are trying to communicate science through data and interactive maps. So for organizations that have heaps of information but would love to simplify it into data visualizations, we are a place to come to, and trust me, you will have your results very nicely laid out. We have done this, and also so far we have had 75 science news stories published, and we are trying to do this with other organizations so that we can increase science communication in newsrooms. We can go to the next one. Yeah, so these are the exhibitions, all taking back the stories to the communities, and some of the commitments you can see. We see the Senior District Environment Officer, Walter Ochen, emphasize that commitment to collaborate. So that's also a follow-up story. Someone can go back and ask, Mr. Ochen, have you collaborated? So far, how many collaborations? So this is something that can help all of us. The focus discussion groups, you can see them. And of course, the journalists also are empowered, but not only that, but the community is also able to know what's taking place. So with that, colleagues, I really beg that you come to us so that we can turn in those beautiful research reports you've made into consumable stories for the layman. Otherwise, thank you so much. If at all there are any things that I can look at, but if my time is up, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the team that put this together, and a very big round of applause to the session. Yeah, for the plenary, we'll stop at this for now, but I want to encourage participants to follow through from the stalls. There's a full exhibition there, but if time allows, after the next process, we can go into plenary. But if it does not, let's do a one-on-one. With that, I would like to ask the team just to have a photo moment. David, George, delicate, could just have a photo moment, and engineer for this original, yeah. The lower part would do better. Thank you. And thank you to the audience for the patience. I hope we really did justice to the session. Unfortunately, we've not been able to interact that much. Thank you.
Please help me to thank them with a clap so that they can smile, at least, especially David. David, I want the biggest smile from you. David, I am so sorry that you felt you had little time, but your session was the most interesting. I've just been whispering to people here that I wish these guys had told me that these are the things they were going to say. I would have created a program where you had 3 hours. I promise you, I just said that to Steve. I swear, I just said that to Steven. Steven can prove. Like, seriously, how can you have important things like these and keep quiet? Eh? And put in the thing that IWRM, things that we don't. This is the most important thing we needed to see. And we wanted, actually, that video that you have kept. We wanted those stories that you have gone back with. I feel so bad. And this is on a selfish note, because I'm always looking for the stories. Now, why is your hand up, for example? You want to ask them questions, which I will not allow them to answer. But the challenge we have, please hold on to the question just a moment. We'll try to find time to answer it, please. Because what we have in the program today, there's a very important issue. I don't know if you saw it, but it has to do with a partnership agreement signing that at whatever cost, we cannot lose. That is the reason, that's the only reason why I am playing a nice, and yesterday was wonderful, but and I hate that people are going to hate me for it. Thank you for covering me. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for forgiving me. But honestly, part of it is our fault for having arrived late. But also when we start our sessions, sometimes we really overstretch with the sessions that we are doing. So let's dive into the next one as much as possible. I don't know how I can encourage you to please utilize the next 40 minutes. And when I say 40 minutes, it's not as an African, it's not like African time, like it's the only time I have. When I go to my duka in my neighborhood, I don't know how to negotiate. So these people, I tell them, tell me the money. I tell you the money that I don't ask you how much is bread. I just come and say, this is the money I have, give me bread. So it's up to you to check within your and see, unjagala ogwa meka, nkumi tano. I don't care whether it's 7K, whether you remove 2 slices, that's up to you. I will not say, oina meka, no. So 40 minutes, guys. These guys, I know that they will do it. They are my friends. Sanitation and hygiene innovations, please come and take your panel away. The session lead, Helen, I see you shaking your head. Why are you shaking your head? Please just come. Just come and take us away in the next 40 minutes, whereby 40 minutes includes any questions. Any questions and any panel discussion that we might have. Introduce to us your wonderful team, and please, as much as possible, utilize the time of 40 minutes that is remaining. And while you are here, I can assure you, our important guests will walk in. It's up to you to look bad as you keep talking when important people will come to present the partnership. Please, 40 minutes.
Thank you, Naomi.
Sorry. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Helen Kasuja, and I earn a salary from CD. I am a Ugandan. Yes, my team, you know yourselves, come over, and Theo, as the team is coming over, the team that is supposed to be part of this session, in the interest of time, we shall not go through your bios, but your bios will be running. But in the meantime,
Theo is going to lead us in the anthem to enable us, re-energize ourselves.
Thank you, Madam Helen. Can we all stand up? Okay. Given the fact that we are going for sanitation and hygiene session, allow us to start with the sanitation anthem. Let me see those who knows the sanitation anthem. We in the sector. Can I see? Okay, few. The rest, make sure you leave this place when you know. Okay. Good sanitation is the way to live a better life. Good sanitation is the way to live a better. And if we change behavior, and if we change behavior, and if we change behavior, we live a better life. Good hygiene is the way to live a better life. Good hygiene is the way to live a better life. And if we change behavior, and if we change behavior, and if we change behavior, we live a better life. Handy washing is the way. Handy washing is the way to live a better life. And if we change behavior, and if we change behavior, and if we change behavior, we live a better life.
Wow. Thank you very much, Theo. And our session, what a way to start our session. Our session theme. Yes. You can say it. A session that is going to be managed by this wonderful team here is about sanitation and hygiene innovation, promotion, and behavior change. So the anthem was right in the right place at the right time. And we are talking about bridging rural and urban contexts for sustainable solutions in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are heading towards 2030, where we committed to have universal access, as we are heading towards 2040 as Uganda, where we said we want to uplift ourselves from subsistency. My friend is laughing. Yes. To money economy, commercialization. As we are talking about the agenda for 2063 for Africa, to see an Africa where we all live, where we can be able to access good sanitation and water facilities, we have been told in the anthem that it's not about brick and mortar, it's not about infrastructure, but
this fits into a system like Asha was talking earlier, that we have to think systems and we must also think innovatively and also think about behavior change. The team here, you can sit around here as we have our first presenter. Our first presenter, we are going to have a presentation from Birungi. Stephen Birungi works with Caritas Hewasa, Fort Portal. They're as old as you, wasn't it? I think as part of this network. You talk about WASH Hewasa. If somebody is going to Fort Portal, you'll say, have they gone to meet Hewasa? Stephen, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Birungi. I work with Caritas Fort Portal Hewasa, and I also lead the supply side of sanitation under the Finnish Mondial program. Today, I will take you through our case or experience on how to attain sanitation at scale through the training curriculum for sanitation that we have developed through a multi-stakeholder process. I think you could go back to the slide on introduction. A little bit behind on the slide for introduction, please. The technical team. So as the technical team sets that out, allow me just give a brief background about the Finnish Mondial program. Finnish is an abbreviation that stands for financial inclusion, improves sanitation and health. And then the Mondial is a Latin word that stands for multinational. That means that Finnish Mondial is a multinational program. Currently, it is running across 6 countries, including Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Bangladesh, India, and Ethiopia. The program focuses on 3 main objectives. The first is universal access, safe and well-managed sanitation facilities. The second is a healthier and economically, having healthier and economically empowered communities, and then increased food and nutrition security. It focuses on the entire sanitation value chain. It is a strategic partnership with West Foundation, based in the Netherlands, Finnish Mondial Foundation, also based in the Netherlands, and then Amref Flying Doctors. But as implementing partners here in Uganda, we have Caritas Fort Portal Hewasa taking lead on the supply side of sanitation, while Amref Health Africa focuses on demand creation and also government engagement. How is it implemented? It's implemented using the diamond approach. Let's have the next slide, please. It's implemented using the diamond approach. And like you can see, the diamond approach has 4 domains. And on each domain represents a key stakeholder that will guarantee sustainability and also scale. So the 4 key stakeholders that can grant sustainability and also scale as far as sanitation is concerned is that at the top we have the households, and the diamond refers to these as customers. These are the users of the sanitation services and products. The other domain is business, and the businesses include all service providers in terms of those who provide sanitation services and also products. And then the financiers come in to bridge the financing gap as far as sanitation is concerned, where government comes in to provide an enabling environment where all these 3 actors can be able to operate. The first thing is that to the clients or to the customers, we make sure that they understand the importance of having a sanitation system or product. So to them, we do a lot of demand creation activities and we market the sanitation services and products for those. And then also, it is important to note that on the domain of customers, we need to make sure that they understand that having a safe sanitation system is an investment and not just a product that they can have within their households, but it is an investment. And because of that, we lure them to provide, to undertake investment in sanitation. For the businesses, we train a lot of value chain actors, inclusive of masons, hardware stores, pit diggers, transporters, and the others. And the key thing in there is to make sure that they are able to provide quality services at a cost that is affordable, at a very minimum cost. And for the financial institutions, like I said, we realize that because sanitation is an investment, it is very difficult here in our African setting to attain an investment without a loan. Why? Because of the aspects of our living. We do not live for ourselves, but we live for our brothers, our sisters, our families. You will save money for an investment. Tomorrow you will receive a call that your nephew has been sent away for school fees. The other day there will be a wedding. The other day there will be a funeral, and you are obliged to make contributions. So it is better to attain a loan, undertake your investment, and then you can back slowly. And government make sure that it provides that enabling environment. Next slide, please. So what was the big challenge before the curriculum came on board? We realized that there was a challenge of artisans who were undertaking construction in ways that were not, were providing services that were not of good quality, but also there was a lot of dropout. So ourselves as a program, we acknowledge the fact that our trainings were always done in a haphazard way and without clear protocols. Standardization of the trainings was a challenge, and across the different areas or across the different stages of training or across the different cohorts of the trainees that would receive. Then there was a high dropout of the masons, leading to fragmented and insufficient supply side to meet the demand. And this is resulted in poor quality construction services, which undermined sanitation improvements and preventing sanitation at scale. Let's have the next slide, please. So what was done or the solution? So to address this, Finish Mondial in 2018 pioneered the development of a training curriculum, and we did this in collaboration with the Directorate of Industrial Training that is based here in Kampala, and then also brought on board sector actors. The process included first undertaking a stakeholder engagement for capacity needs assessment. We brought on board several sector actors and asked them, what are those key skills that a mason would be able to, that a mason requires in order to provide quality work. And then after that, together with DIT, we came up with a training syllabus and we developed different modules at each stage of the different sanitation technologies. Once that was done, we had the first edition of the curriculum, but then we had on board the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. Like I mentioned earlier, Finish Mondial was specifically focusing on safely managed sanitation, but the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, yes, it includes the safely managed sanitation, but also basic sanitation. So the first edition of the curriculum did not have this basic, the basic component. So under the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, we were able to review the curriculum, again undertook a stakeholder engagement, bringing on board the sanitation and hygiene actors or partners, inclusive of Water for People, IRC, and of course government and other sector actors. And then we were able to review the curriculum, included components or syllabuses that focused on basic sanitation. And thereafter, we undertook a validation exercise at the national level, and then we officially launched the curriculum. So on the right-hand side, you can see the picture at the launch of the curriculum, and you can see the different actors that had participated or taken lead in facilitating the process for the second edition of the curriculum. So once that was done, since we have had the curriculum, we have trained over 500 Masons using this curriculum, and more than 480 of them have been certified by the Directorate of Industrial Training, and they have attained certificates which they are able to present and be able to when they are seeking for jobs. The certification has significantly improved the retention and quality of sanitation construction at community level. So if you look at the next slide, I have a very brief case of one Ninehose Joseph, who's a Mason. This Joseph was trained under the Finnish Mondial program, and then he was, after getting the skill, he participated in construction, and then he was assessed by the Directorate of Industrial Training, and after being assessed, he attained that certification and then went back and started looking for jobs, constructing good quality services. At a later stage, when the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, because Nehose was at another level, was earmarked to undertake trainings of fellow Masons across the 7 districts of the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund in Eastern, Northern, Central, and Western Uganda. He has attained a lot of economic growth as a result of sanitation construction, and as a result, you can see on the left-hand side, he has been able to buy a car, which he now uses to move or to traverse different areas when he's constructing sanitation services. At community level, it has really contributed greatly to the quality of the sanitation systems in there. The challenges, first is that there has been, there was having or attaining diverse stakeholder input and consensus building required a lot or took a lot of time, and there was an issue of trying to balance the differing perspectives and priorities to achieve a consensus, and this was somehow time consuming. Then there was also the other challenge of ensuring the curriculum addressed both the technical and the unique sanitation challenges in different regions. That one also is a challenge, because a one-size-fits-all does not apply in as far as sanitation is concerned. What are the key lessons learned? First is that certification enhances professional credibility and opportunities. The Directorate of Industrial Training certification played a pivotal role in transforming Joseph's career, demonstrating the importance of formal recognition in increasing employability and access to economic opportunities. Then skills sharing creates a ripple effect of empowerment. By training other Masons, Joseph was did not only expand impact, but also contributed to the community-wide scale of sanitation access. In conclusion, I would say that this initiative exemplifies the power of collaborative efforts in capacity building and sets a benchmark for similar sanitation programs across the region. Thank you so much. And we have a copy of the curriculum, which we shall be able to place at the resource center of USNet, so that whoever needs it can be able to access it, and then further look at how it can be institutionalized across the different capacity enhancement trainings across the different areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for amplifying the need to build capacities and therefore build capabilities and bring people into the money economy through WASH. Market systems is actually bringing people in the market economy, but in a different way. Not so? Yes, Theo. Theo is making the next brief presentation, and please, Theo, yes, just use 3 minutes to be able to keep it at high level.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. We are on innovative latrine models, and I'm introducing to you the double H power flush toilet. This is the low-cost technology which we are using here at high level as a flush toilet, but when we are promoting to a low household, we must use low-cost technologies. So next slide. That is the background. We have a variety of technologies, but today I'm talking about the double H power flush toilet. Next slide. That is the design. It has two double H pits, which are from 5 to 7 meters. We really promote not very deep latrines. We don't want to contaminate underground water. And we want toilets which are reusable, which can get full, treat the waste, reuse the waste as manure, soil enhancer, and reuse the toilet again. With such a toilet, you will never build another toilet in your life. And I encourage everyone, support your relatives, support your grands in the villages to have such a toilet. It uses only 2 cups of water. An older person, you can even connect it to a house. Next slide. That is how you bring it from down. It has a Y junction or a manhole where you close off one pipe and you use one double H pit. When it gets full, you cover and you change to another one. Treatment takes up to 2 years. You empty yourself. You don't need a cesspool. You don't need to spend money. You can empty yourself. Next slide. How it works? The 2 double H pits, the distance between the 2 pits should be exactly not smaller than the pit you are putting. And a family of 5 people, 7, you can dig up to 5 meters. Can we continue? Principle of operation, I talked about the Y junction. I talked about manual emptying. I talked about emptying after 2 years. Next slide. It costs from 1.7 millions to 2 or 3 millions. This cost is not static. It depends on the availability of materials you have. And also the main priority is the substructure. From down, the superstructure you can improvise. You can have mud and water. You can have timber. Depending on your affordability, the priority is the substructure. Next slide, please. So quality is very key for sustainability. Those are the different quality work, and that is still the same Manson Joseph. Next slide. Advantages. Excavation is cheaper. Excavation of humus is done manually. Fecal matters soil conditioner, fries and order at dealt away with. We can build and it can be rebuilt and repaired locally. Small land area required, and manure is used to have such products at the end of it. They are climate resistant. We promote other types, last slide, but today I'm only focusing on that. You can reach me for details. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Theo. Thank you very much. And that speaks to Innovator Sync. We all know that we are challenged by resources, but also we are responding to targets that are not static. We are talking about rapid urbanization. We are talking about climate risks. Yeah. So let's ensure that we do take these innovations Lastly, yes, Naomi, how much time do I have? I see like I have about 15 minutes. 14. 0. Okay. If Naomi says so, that it's 0, I don't know what is going to happen to the panel discussion. I think we are going to put it to pause. Yes. 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 So members, you've had our presentations, the 2 presentations around expanding capacities, capabilities, and around innovations, and how we can use that to reach the last mile, like we have always said. So I can hear from you as team if you have any questions, if you have any reaction, if you have any addition, a quick one. The panel people can use this opportunity to just maybe speak one thing or two. I don't know whether there's anyone moving with the mic.
Thank you. To the second presenter, what's the capacity of these pits? How and what's the lifespan? How long will they serve the people? How sustainable will it be in the long run? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am also interested in the second presentation. Thank you for presenting that nice technology. And it really tells us I'm interested if there can be a way I can be able to promote also. However, you told us that you dig a pit and it is at a lower cost. We have not been able to see the complete pit, whether it is plastered or it's left not to plaster, such that you now get that fecal matter after some time, then you use it as manure. But like you told us that you're going to take some like 2 years in order for you to excavate that matter from there and use it as a manure. So how are you going to treat that matter within that time? Thank you.
Theo, you can respond to those questions.
I also want to appreciate there was a presenter that was presenting on the model. That's the diamond approach. The diamond approach. I was very passionate to hear about the approach, but I just want to understand. You say it has undergone already approval. What is the relationship of this sanitation model to already approved approaches like the market-based sanitation and the sanitation market approach, which was previously published together with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Water, and I think piloted by Water Aid and Plan International. I just want to see the correlation of these approaches because it seems to be very new, but also there was no connection between the other approved approaches in sanitation marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. About the capacity, you measure 1.5 on top, and you can go up to 7 meters deep. Feet, depending on the family you have. I mentioned the family of 5 to 7 people. Why do you go beyond 5 feet? Because we want this pit to get filled up and emptied. We want to reuse the manure and reuse the pit. About how the technology is constructed. When you are constructing, we leave holes. You saw the picture. You leave holes to enable urine and water escape in the ground. So by end of 2 years, when this pit is filled up, this waste would have dried like ash, and you just scoop and get manure. when you are using the second pit, it is reusable, it is manually emptied. You don't spend anymore. And it has a slab, you cover it. Thank you.
You, Stephen, just in half a minute.
Maybe half a minute is also too long, but just to say that the diamond model is part of the market-based sanitation improvement approach. It uses all the principles of market-based sanitation. That's what I can say. Thank you. Not complementing per se, I wouldn't say complementing, but it is a similar model that we are using. Here, we only come out specifically to identify the 4 key stakeholders that can guarantee scale and sustainability. And those are the households, the businesses, the financial institutions, and then government. To the communities, we create demand. That aligns with the market-based sanitation approach. For the businesses, we strengthen their capacities and make sure that they can provide quality and affordable services. That aligns with the market-based sanitation approaches. Sanitation financing, realizing that this is an investment. Sometimes you want to invest, but not have money. So you need financial institutions to come in and provide financing and fill that gap. And all these are acting within the framework or an enabling environment that is created by government. So that is it. It very well aligns seamlessly. Thank you.
Steve, this is Dr. Asha, but I think Teo will have to talk appropriate technologies. I saw Dr. Asha was, You kind of, if she had an opportunity to speak to that, she would. But apologies to Engineer Michael, apologies to Carol. Our time is fast spent, and we respect protocol. And yes, we shall hear from you some other time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The rush to the last mile is like that. We don't have time, so that's what it is. Yes. 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 Let's treat it. Yes. Please get the mic. Asha, Carol. Push it.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. When we talk about sanitation, people already say sanitation is the most confused sector. There are a lot of issues, a lot of figures, a lot of jargons. For example, when I was hearing the double leach, I was like, I thought it is a new technology. Then when they are explaining, I'm seeing fossa alterna. And that's why I was trying, when they were asked for dimensions, I was trying to give. We have already promoted fossa alterna in the sanitation world. But what I want to say is we need to get sanitation right, we need to promote a holistic approach. And then we need to promote affordable options. My experience, I know that fossa alterna, you can use locally available materials and lower the cost as low as 600,000, and you have a durable toilet. For example, you can use plastic bottles, fill them with soil, and then all you have to cater for is the roof, and then the pit and the slab. So we have to make the models as cost friendly as possible. But also one other thing I wanted to talk about is when we are doing sanitation, we don't do geological assessment. When you see someone has a very nice toilet somewhere, you say, this is the one I want. When you come to your you call it what? The waterlogged place. You get the same toilet and just paste it there. And then you find that 1 year it is full, you are just depositing directly in water. So we need to really make sure that we do assessment, we understand our environment. Do you need to line? Do you need to even seal after lining? And then when you are promoting sealing, you also have to look at how shall we handle the emptying. more so if we are promoting it in the informal sector. We need to promote innovative financing. Like women these days have circles. Can they have circles for toilet that you collect in money? This you construct for household X, next time you construct for another household. In the interest of time, I had a lot of things to say, but there is one statement I want to give you, that poor sanitation, poor fecal sludge management is a missed opportunity for climate change mitigation. Because when you do proper fecal sludge management, you can get a lot of things. You can do briquettes. Water for people was doing briquettes from the biochar. Then you can do compost. But you can do a lot. At the same time, you are saving the environment and then earning a coin for the good of your family. So as we are promoting sanitation, let us also try to tell people the opportunity foregone when we have not done the right thing. I had a lot, but in the interest of time, let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asha. Let's stop the confusion. Yes. Carol, and then Mike.
Okay, thank you very much, Helen. When it comes to sanitation, especially in informal settlements, one thing that we need to acknowledge is how solid waste management impacts on sanitation across the entire sanitation service chain. For example, how does it affect the containment itself and the emptying process, also the treatment, and all up to safe disposal and reuse. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Raphael, actually. Yeah. So, maybe just to add on the aspect of ensuring that we have a lot of opportunities in fecal sludge, and just as our colleague from ATC has said, it's very important to begin looking into the next steps after we've safely managed. For example, after beyond the treatment plant, what value can we get out of the waste products that are coming out of the treatment plant? And one of them, of course, very importantly, is we can come up with very, very good and reusable options. We have the briquettes, of course, we have compost that we can be able to utilize and ensure that we are gaining out of what we have already used. So I think for me, that's a brief addition that I can add. I know there was a lot to speak about, but because of time, yeah, let's accept the reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The sanitation panel, please help me give them a big, big round of applause. A big round of applause. Thank you too. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you want a photo? Madam Edie, if you'll indulge this panel. Yes, please come. Experts in the sanitation business, please come and take a photo. It would be bad manners to ask people that we have not yet introduced to come and take a photograph. So let's do that as we organize ourselves for the next very important session that we have been looking forward to. That before you is the panel 4 that has taken us through sanitation and hygiene innovations, promotion and behavior change. The last panel, the fourth and the last panel over the last 2 days, where we have been discussing WASH innovations for sustainable development. You are allowed to smile. Sanitation issues notwithstanding, please smile. You have done a good job. Thank you very, 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 very much indeed. IWRM had the photograph before you walked in, but you have been indulged. IWRM, please come. Nobody understands what you went through. Please come. It's a photo opportunity for you. Yeah, please come. Right away. If I were you, I would come running. Yeah? Yeah. IWRM, the session happened just before this one. IWRM had a very interesting interactive presentation for us. Please smile. Please smile. Yes. They owe you answers. We have a lot of questions for these people, but because we have come to a point where we need to get into another session, and we're still here. We're going to delve into some of the issues that we did not delve into. Thank you very, very much indeed. Escort them with a good hand clap. You've been amazing, and we are almost coming to a close of our day 2. My name has not changed. I'm still Naomi Kavarunji, especially to the people, the very important and wonderful people that have joined us now, that were not with us yesterday, but have now joined us. You are welcome. You are welcome to the WASH CSO Forum 15, which we started yesterday here. And this is our second day that we are concluding. We have looked forward to your coming, and that's why you look at us fumbling and all the English that we have. We wanted to impress you, but we know by the time you came, you were already impressed with us. That's why we are excited that you are here, and we're going to go into a session that will help you understand a little more of the things that we do. It will be much, much shorter, but then it will give you the overview. But just quickly to let you know that this is the 15th CSO WASH Forum, and we talked about innovations for sustainable development. In the room, what we have are members of the Uganda Water and Sanitation NGOs network, and we do not work alone. We work with development partners, we work with the government of Uganda, and we have had a very good engagement over the last 2 days. And so I would like to mention quickly some of the people that are in this room and their partnership, because the partnership of these development partners, we really appreciate them so much at UWASNet. In the room, we have UNICEF, and I would like you to give me a clap for them. UNICEF is a lead sponsor and partner of the WASH CSO Forum, has been with us over the years until this one. The other CSO Forum happens every year. We thank you, UNICEF, for all the partnership, all the learning, and all the money that you give to us. In the room, we have GIZ. GIZ has been a long-term partner. We thank you very much. Please help me appreciate them. Yesterday and today, I'm sure we had the Austrian Development Agency, and those have been key partners of the UWASNet. They were here with us yesterday, and I know some of them are still in the room. The others are members as well as partners. WaterAid, thank them for me. IRC, World Hunger Hilfe, Evidence Action, CD, AMREF, Drink Local, Drink Tap, Water for People, Join for Water, Viva Conagua, if I have not mentioned your organization, just look around the room. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. But then there are local governments, and I would like specifically to ask local governments who are present to please stand up. Just stand up, and then we will thank you. We will clap for you. Those are district local governments, the key people that we work with all over the country to make this work possible. We also work with private sector people, Davis and Shatleaf. There's a partner, a special partner that we work with, and I know is in the room. There's a reason why I have not said it, but and I know somebody is looking at me directly from Rotary Uganda, not from here, like from there, from Rotary Uganda. We thank you very much. Davis and Shatleaf, private partner, we thank you very much. And Danish People's Aid, as well as UONET. But that is not to say that those are the only people that we work with. And so I would like to say thank you so much again to the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Water and Environment especially, under whose guidance and leadership we operate as UWASNet. Specifically yesterday, we had the chief guest as the Honorable Minister of State of Environment, the one we normally like to call Mama Mavida. Beatrice Anywar was in the room and she guided us through the day. We had a number of commissioners and directors of department, and I know that a number of commissioners are also here with us today. The technical people have been our partners and we thank them very much indeed. The political leaders elected by the people, representatives of the people, have always been with us, and they were here as Uganda Parliamentary Forum for WASH. They're also here among us. Specifically, I want to recognize Dr. George Boka, Honorable MP of Bongi County. We thank you very much for staying through. And if you're there, I know we will see you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable. If I say the name now, I'll say it wrong. I'll ask, thank you, MP, thank you, Honorable Oluo, but I'll ask Betty to translate. While you were away, people told us what sanitation is in their local language. And sanitation, we're not trying to clean up. We're saying the sanitation business. And Betty told us what it is in I cannot repeat it. She told us what it is in Karamojong. But until we say the things that matter in the language that actually makes sense, we are lying to ourselves. So without much ado, I would like to take this singular opportunity to welcome the guests that we have waited for the whole 2 days, who are coming in from Rotary Uganda. And the delegation is now in the house. They have not traveled light, they have traveled in a big way. And if you will help me, I would like to welcome, with all the honor that is required, the District Governor, Geoffrey Chitakule, District 921. Please stand up. Help me give him a round of applause. The district governor has not traveled alone. He has traveled with the immediate past president, Miss Julie Karisa. Please welcome her for me. Stand up and thank you for coming. And Miss Julie Karisa has not traveled alone. She has traveled with the entire Next Media. Please thank the Next Media for me. Thank them. They were here yesterday. They are here today, and they're always been our partners. And I will not waste any more time because the session that we're going in is a very, very important session. So if I would, please allow me, if you put your eyes to that direction, we have something that has just gone up there. We have a team that has been partnering over to deliver a citizens manifesto. Some of us are partners together with UASNet, led by WaterAid, and partner members, Water for People, partner members, AMREF, UNICEF, who are in the room, have been working out a way to take these conversations from outside the boardroom to the communities where people are. Regional conversations are going on, community conversations are going on. The people's voices have been captured and put in a citizens manifesto that's going to be launched this afternoon with your presence, dear guests. And so I would like at this moment to invite the team that has put together the Citizens Manifesto, present it as precisely as you can, so that then the district governor and his team can launch it, put a stamp on it before we go into the other aspects of the session. Did I welcome you, Madam Unia Musazi? Did I say welcome? I think there's a reason why I didn't say welcome. It will come. Yeah. Over to you, Clayton.
Thank you, Naomi, for giving me the opportunity to speak before this August gathering. Good afternoon. Are we energized? Thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, before you is James Cleto, the Police and Advocacy Coordinator. And I hope who has had that echo at the back? Good. Now, before you, we have the WASH Citizens Manifesto. And someone will ask, how has it come about? Of course, those questions will be there, but it's what we are going to be discussing here. And the gist of this is to have it launched at this gathering, after which I will tell you the next steps of how we are going to move about with this manifesto, especially in this season of manifestos. Amen? Now, Why this manifesto matters, number one, is that we still have 14 million plus Ugandans who still lack access to clean water. And that is what the citizens are saying in this country. That 28 million and more are living without improved sanitation services. But also what is so worrisome is that 33 children die every day from waterborne related diseases, including diarrhea. And for us as stakeholders, WASH is a constitutional right and not just a privilege. And using the human rights based approach to development, this is what we've been, promoting across the country, that WASH is a human right. And our citizens have now understood that their right to WASH is not being enjoyed as they would have loved. And the human reality behind these numbers is that a good number of girls continue to miss school during menstruation due to lack of facilities in most of our schools. We have a great deal of mothers delivering in healthcare facilities without running water. We have about 3.3 million people or pupils in over 5,000 schools who still lack safe drinking water. And for those of you who are here, I believe you know the standards. The standard is very clear. The Ugandan standard is that a child, is school-going pupil, should be able to take at least 1.5 liters of water per day while at school. That is while at school, not at home. So if we still have 3.3 million going without safe drinking water at school, put a question mark to your forehead. We still have menstrual hygiene products that are very unaffordable. The other week, we had a very big conversation about the prices in many of our supermarkets for these MHM products. So for most women and girls, this is like getting a sanitary pad is like having a Christmas gift. And the consequences of the inaction, if we just sit here, speak, and go back without doing anything, this is what we are exactly going to see. That 4,400 plus children under the age of 5 will continue dying annually from preventable diarrhea. And that girls between the age of, girls will continue missing 3 to 5 days of school every month. And the country is losing 5.9 trillion if we don't act, because we have to invest so much in buying medicines for diarrhea and the like, and those medicines are not cheap. And when you aggregate all those costs and the many other costs involved, that's what you realize. WASH-related stigma, poor health, and lost productivity will continue to persist. Of course, if we are having so many children sick because of waterborne related diseases, it means the parents themselves are not in the production. Those who would be tilling the land, planting the maize and sorghum, are in hospitals losing time for production. But also look, come to think of it, the stigma associated with the lack of MHM products, or not only the lack, the failure to afford them. I don't know how many fathers here in this room have had the opportunity to go down to the mall and bought sanitary pads for their girls. If there is any, please, just by show of hands. And I'm just talking about children. I would have put it the other way around. For those who have continuously bought them for their wives. How many? Let's proceed. No, I was asking because I'm already converted. So I did not have to raise my hand again. So what the citizens of Uganda, across Uganda, are asking for, not very difficult things to do. And I'm very glad this is being launched in the presence of our leaders, the MPs, who appropriate the budgets, who represent us in that house. the MPs who are doing the legislation, but also who are mandated to follow up on the government promises. I know some of you may remember some of the promises that have come from the past manifestos. So the citizens of Uganda are saying, can we or can government increase access to clean and safe water or clean water by 1.5 million people at least every year? That at least every year we have 1.5 million people having access, those that have not had access to safe water, at least gain that water. Remember, according to statistics, we have apparently 18 districts in Uganda that are below the 50% access. In the manifesto, you will get to see that whole list of the 18 districts. The citizens are requesting that those who are contesting for different political positions, LC1, LC3, LC5, MP, president, may you commit to rehabilitate at least 20,000 non-functional water sources every year. And may you also ensure that safe water and sanitation for all, at least our 5,224 schools that have no access, at least commit that in these 5 years, you're going to reduce that number or even surpass it. The other commitment they are requesting the political contestants to commit to is to improve menstrual hygiene, support in schools, in healthcare facilities, but also in public places. I know we may not have someone representing URA here, but they are asking you, the politicians, especially the MPs gathered in this house, may we have fair water tariffs and tax reforms. The people inside here are the citizens as well, much as they are dressed in another color of CSOs, but I know many of them are also choking with water bills. What this manifesto is that it's not just a citizen tool for engagement. It is a citizen-facing tool for engagement and accountability. It calls us to have an inclusive WASH in the 2026 campaign agendas. For any political candidate who is your uncle, mother, brother, sister, please go back home and tell them this message must feature in their manifesto. And of course, this manifesto is also a shared platform between voters and the leaders. These are the views of the voters, Honorable Silo. And of course, it also reminds us that clean water and sanitation are foundational to dignity. You cannot live a dignified life without clean water and sanitation. The clarion call to action is that this is not just a document, but it's a promise, and to every girl, every mother, every Ugandan is still waiting for these commitments to be fulfilled. I thank you. And now I call on the moderator of this session to come forward and guide us into the next steps, where we shall have a discussion, or from one of the MPs, at least make a statement on behalf of government, and then we shall delve into the signing or commitment of that manifesto that we shall really deliver the promises, or rather the demands of the citizens. And someone may ask, how are we accessing this manifesto? Because this is just an overview. The team have put up a QR code. We are now going digital, the QR code, for us to download that manifesto. So they are going to PowerPoint it here so that we can all download the manifesto and read it in much more detail. I thank you for listening to me.
Another round of applause for Mr. Mumbere, who has ably delivered to us what he claims that the citizens want. I say what he claims because Mumbere is not the representative of the people. We were advised yesterday that the people are represented ably by the members of parliament that they vote for. Honorable Silas Aogon, I have not forgotten anything that you said yesterday because you were clear. These are your people, you know what they want, and you're always on the ground. Unlike some of these people who go there and tell them other things, Honorable Silas is always there. So I'm going to invite you, sir, together with your other people's leaders, elected people's leaders, to come and make a statement committing that these are the things that the people want and that you will, in the next government, be our flag bearer for WASH. And after which, you will invite the executive director, UASNet, to come and together with the guests from Rotary, so that then the official signing and unveiling can happen. Honorable, this is your podium.
Thank you so much. I have colleagues who are around. Honorable Koluo Joseph Andrew, Honorable Dr. Didi Boka from the Western Nile region. Please come and join me here. Is there any other member of parliament who has come in? Anybody somewhere? Aspiring, you can first hold on. And by the way, like I did advise you last year, for you people who are lucky to have jobs in the private sector, in civil society, the NGO world, government or public service, stay where you are. Our job is not easy, but I think God molded us for the right job. We are the people who are fit for this purpose. Allow us to be here. Thank you. So my name's I'm Silas Augun, and I'm the MP of Kumi Municipality. I think this is my 9th year in the house. And I'm praying that God sustains me through to make it to the next parliament. Because institutional memory is very, very important. At least we are better suited to remember the Citizens Manifesto than the people who are now aspiring. So allow me to recognize my colleagues. Let them first introduce themselves, and then we make a brief statement. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Boka Didi George, Member of Parliament of Bongi constituency, a member of the forum. A pleasure to be here. Thank you.
And he has always covered for me whenever I'm not able to be around. Thanks a lot, Doctor. That's how we work in Parliament. So when you find MPs who are working together, make sure those ones return. Those ones come to Parliament again. Yeah.
Thank you very much, our able-bodied chair of the forum for watching Parliament. My name is Koluo Joseph Andrew. I represent the people of Toroma County, Katakwi district in eastern Uganda, where the vice president comes from.
Oh, this is the luckiest, I think.
I am a very active member of the Watch Forum in Parliament, and we will all do our best to see that all Watch programs are well implemented. Thank you.
That's already a statement. We could clap better for him. It's already a statement. So we already take note of the findings. Number one, you talked of over 28 million living without sanitation, proper sanitation. That is a huge figure. In a population of around 40, what is the population? Are we 40? 46? Other people are saying 45, others are saying 48. So in Uganda, there is an issue. Disparities in a data, discrepancies, how do they call it? Discrepancies. This one is saying this, the other one is saying that. We don't know. How many millions of people do we have in Uganda now? 48. So out of around 48 or so, 28 do not have proper sanitation facilities. 14 million children die. 33 children die every day
from diarrhea. I think that's a huge figure. 14 million are without clean water. 3.3 million people lack drinking water in primary schools, I guess. The unaffordable hygiene products that we have in supermarkets and shops are a real problem. You also know that over 4,500 children below 5 years will die annually from diarrhea. 4,500. If you form a graveyard in a city, you will get amazed. You will fear to stay in that city. 4,500 is such a huge figure. That cemetery cannot be allowed to be in the community. So we must put our hands together to fight for the betterment of our situation. So the citizens are saying, let us increase access to wash, access to clean water by 1.5 million people per year. But I don't know whether we have anybody from the Ministry of Water here. How many people have we been covering annually before we talked about this scenario? Did we reach 1,000? Are we at 500 through our smaller budget? To what extent have we moved it so far? It would be good for us to know our current situation as we plan for the future situation. Rehabilitate over 20,000 non-functional water sources. The water sources are categorized into many classes. You might be talking about boreholes, but they also have their own challenges. Others need just what they call a chain. For me, I'm like an engineer in the water sector. I know all the smaller parts that you can use to repair a borehole. You have what we call the chain. You have what we call a 6 by 7 inch pedestal. That is the stand. You have what they call the U2 cylinder. Are you aware about that, Cleto? You have the U2 GI pipe, 1.5 inch, 1.25 inch. You have the bearings. We know all these. The pump buckets. It is not a bucket for carrying water. These are rubbers, small rubbers that you fit into the cylinder to pump water. If you know the depth, if you can see the depth, that's how far we have moved with the community. So when we tell you that we need to work together, there is a big reason. Yes, we have what they call the ceiling rings. We also have what they call connecting rods. If you want to know that, we know. So that is where we are. So repairing these facilities needs, first of all, to be costed. How much money will Uganda need to fix the 20,000? And in terms of mapping, the identification, which ones among these are the ones which are spoiled? I'm aware that at the time of insurgency, there are so many boreholes which were punched and put in the camps. But when people were taken back to their areas of location, those places were abandoned. Are we talking about those ones? So I think our country needs to complement the efforts of the people who have done this research and found out these figures. Safe water and sanitation for all the 5,224 public primary schools. That is not a small figure, but we need to find out of the 5,224, how many are lacking and what is the cost to fix the problem. I think that is a big question. Include WASH in the 2026 manifesto. I think that's a big one. For me, I've already taken a step. WASH is my #1 agenda. From here down to the community, that is the main message. After greeting people in a wedding, after greeting people in a send-off ceremony, after greeting people, these days we are even chief guests in a birthday ceremonies. So, yes, after thanking the baby or the mother and the father, I first talk about wash. Because the baby also needs a lot of water to be kept clean. Yes, to avoid diarrhea. So wash is a big agenda. And I want to drag my colleagues who are here if you had another agenda ahead of this, I'm your chair. Follow suit. Our statement is we are going to lead so that the rest can learn from us. We need to provide the leadership. Let radio stations, TV stations, newspapers, WhatsApp, and everything report about what we have said about WASH. WASH is a right. It is not a request. It is a right. And therefore, we all, on behalf of government, stand here to assure you that we will complement your efforts and do whatever it takes to push government to act. And the time is now. We are ready, but we request you to pray with us that this team makes it to the 12th parliament, because we should have people who know who left the problem, and we should know the people who suspect the right solution so that we can be able to fix and create an answer. Yes, so pray for us. If you just stretched out your hand, that will do. So stretch out your hand towards us and we'll receive that blessing. You do it now because God is watching. Say amen. The God of Isaac, Jacob, and Abraham is listening. And I guess will be there. And that is for WASH, for the good of WASH. We know that government has a lot of challenges, but WASH must be made a priority. I'm aware, and I was listening to BBC. The government of Morocco, for instance, took a decision to develop stadia in preparation for World Cup, I think football. But the youth have gone to the street. They are saying that you have neglected the common man's services. The social services, you are not attending to them. So balancing between priorities is an issue. Yes, the roads are there, we are aware. The stadia are there, we are aware. But WASH cannot wait because it's a right and it's life. We stand with you. We stand with the civil society. We stand with the WASNet. Under your leadership, we are ready to work. And God will help us and see us through so that we are able to change the situation. At least if we're able to do it for 1.5 million people per year, that will be a big figure. If you made a computation, how many years do we need to complete the race? 1.5 per annum. But those who are affected, how many are they? So I don't know how many years of budgeting we need so that we can be able to manage the problem. We are also aware that today we are going to celebrate the champions in WASH. So we don't want to go away. We will stay within. We will stay within so that we recognize together those people. And if we are going to dance, for us to have our changing shoes, they're in the cars. We're always ready because a big opportunity is a big day and we celebrate you. I beg my colleagues to make brief statements so that you know that we are serious and we are united. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, the WASH fraternity, for the Citizens Manifesto. God gives leadership, and we are the representatives of the people. There's a saying that the voice of the people is the voice of God. Vox Dei, Vox Populi. The people have spoken through the People's Manifesto. First and foremost, we thank the hands that have done the work, the minds that thought about getting the people's voice and amplifying the people's voice in various spaces, the pockets that have financed the initiative that resulted in the Citizens Manifesto. We thank you, thank you, thank you so much. True, the manifesto is generic. We pray that we unpack it so that we hold all duty bearers at all levels accountable for its execution. Three is the commitments. Commitment number one is ownership of the manifesto, and we do commit to own it. Commitment number two is stewardship, and specifically political stewardship within our mandate of legislation, of appropriation, of oversight, and of amplification of this manifesto beyond this convention hall. Commitment number three is making the prayers of the citizens be realized through action. And action starts with planning. May we turn this manifesto into an integrated area planning and budgeting instrument at household level, for actions that need to be taken at the household, community level, for actions that need to be taken at the community district level, for actions that need to be taken at the regions, district, region, and in the ministries, departments, agencies, local governments, so that each and every one of us makes this Citizens Manifesto realized. Commitment is the mobilization and leveraging resources from government, which is our role, but also from the civil society, which is your role, and from the private sector, which is the role of the business. But let's not also forget about resources from the communities. There are community resources, not necessarily monetized, that can make us let the citizens be part of the solution. Lastly, is making the resources work, holding ourselves accountable. And for those results that require us as Parliament to be held accountable, we pledge to create in the Diamond model the enabling legal, regulatory, policy, and physical ecosystem for us to be able to realize the wishes, the prayers, and the expectations of our citizens. I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Doctor. Honorable Kolua.
Thank you very much. To me, I think this is the manifesto which should be given priority number one.
But people are not clapping. I don't think they're in agreement with you.
What we all need to understand, the population of our country is growing very fast, and without wash, I am very sure we are going to fall into very many problems, like what has been highlighted: many children dying, people fighting. And to me, as a legislature, just like what my brother said, I'm like a mechanic, a very pure mechanic, especially in water. I know each and everything. Monthly in my constituency, I make sure that when I go back to Toroma, I move with each and everything concerning water, like 100 pipes of water pipes to repair all the boreholes in affected areas. What I have done, I think the local community, including even
a child who's walking is very happy. One, it has reduced domestic violence in families because water is now very near and accessible. Two, people are not falling sick because they are drinking very good, safe water. And lastly, the hygiene of the people, more especially women, has improved a lot because they bathe about 3 times a day because the water is accessible. So I think you should clap for me for that. Yes, water is accessible now, and yes, and even men. So as legislatures, we shall keep on playing our role to make sure that we appropriate enough money, especially to the Ministry of Water and Environment, in that section of water and sanitation and hygiene. You will find that once this is done, problems related to wash will be reduced. Thank you very much. Thank you. I request that you take up your seats as I wind up. But we have some few announcements. One, we are going to have the symposium, the 7th WASH symposium that we normally organize as UPF WASH. And this time it will be held at UNICEF offices. The other side, I think that's in Mbuya, Nakawa West or Nakawa East. But it's Nakawa, that area. So please make sure you attend. Number two, the WASH in School symposium, I think is slated for 7th and 8th in Jinja. There is that hotel, Source of the Nile Hotel, the one of Honorable Daudi Mijereko, near the water, near the source of the Nile. So please make sure you attend. Lastly, whatever we've talked about here, for me, is well researched. And if we don't attend to the issues that have been raised in the Citizens Manifesto, the biggest effect is that there'll be a huge loss of productivity in our community. And the laws which has been calculated here, I don't know which type of calculator they used, either the ordinary or scientific, but the laws is what I need you to take note of. 5.9 trillion. That is worth over 2.9% of our GDP. You can imagine, just imagine what amount of work 5.9 trillion can be able to do in our country. In terms of roads, in terms of schools, in terms of healthcare facilities, and every other thing. Even Uganda Airlines that needs now more planes would be able to purchase an additional maybe 10 or so without a problem if we adequately attended to the issues in the WASH sector. So it is not just a choice. We must do it. We must listen to the Citizens Manifesto, invest in it, and we reap the 5.9 trillion. It was not a mistake. They calculated it properly. If you doubt, go and confirm. You'll come back with the same figures. With that, allow me to invite the ED, UASNet, to come and speak to the congregation here. Thank you so much. I don't know whether the word congregation is only used. Oh, there is first of all signing and committing. Yeah, so that we accept that yes, we are bound. I think that is very important. Accountability, and you see for me, I sit in the park as well. Officially, where is the flag? Okay. Okay. So I request my colleagues, please come, the ED, please come, let us sign, let us commit. I have the shortest signature in the world. Because in the event that they tell you to sign for money, here, sign for money, there. As people are busy, you sign once and you are done and you pick a lot of resources.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what's happening now? First of all, thank these political people's leaders, the leaders of the people are now going to commit to the WASH manifesto, and they will take it further to the people. Together with them, the Ministry of Water and Environment, team led by the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Alfred Okoto Kidi, who is represented right now by the Director of Water Resources Institute, Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya. We see you, we thank you so much. You've been with us throughout. The members of parliament, as they spoke, are going to sign, led by also the ED, UASNet, Madam Unia Musazi, and the district governor,
Okay.
DG, is also right there. And
Guys, you have not clapped for me, but I've committed myself. One time I signed on a document, then the person cancelled. They thought it was a mistake. Honorable Koluo, if we are competing for signing money, you will get very little. The signature is very long. Thank you, Doctor.
Mrs. Julie Carissa is joining the team, immediate past president, and also the district chair for partnerships in Rotary. Yeah, she serves and continues serving. Even having been the president, she's now the district chair for partnerships. Yeah. If you're at the back and you don't know what's going on, just be happy that it is a wonderful thing.
The ED is signing, and she's conscious of the color.
I don't know what color they have used, but what I can tell from here,
She has chosen the DP colors, but I don't know what it means.
what I can tell from here is that gains are going to be protected. Please protect those gains. You have no choice but to
Protecting the
protect
gains.
the gains.
Thank you. Moderator, we are done. Thank you. Kindly, we take a group photo. We are requesting.
What is going on, Honorable Silas?
We are taking a group photo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Please thank them for me. Please take the photo where we can see you. I'd like to ask the honorable members of the press and the chief photographer to raise your hand so that people smile properly. I don't want people complaining that their smile was half or something happened. Please make sure that you give us your best today. If you need to borrow a smile, do let me know. I have some people who are seated at the back and smiling for free. I can see that commissioners from the Ministry of Water have also appended their signature. I see Commissioner Orijabo and Acting Commissioner Ivan Birunji. Thank you for your commitment and support. And development partners who put this together, would you like to come and append your signature and join? Please come, Water for People, AMREF, Lillian, you should be here. I saw you having participated in this thing. Theo, UNICEF, where are you? WaterAid is, WaterAid, we're here yesterday. Alex is definitely busy on the other side. He cannot be in the team. IRC, if you were part of this partnership, and me.
3, 2, 1. Thank you. All right, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you very much indeed. And now the Executive Director, Madam Yunia, takes over from this point. And thank you very much for that session. And please thank for me also, Rotary has come in a big way, the district chair for community service, someone that I know personally and work with, Marion Atukunda, who also works with the Ministry of Health as senior communications officer. We work well together every time in the trenches. Stand up again, Marion, and they clap for you. The work we do is very important, you guys. But especially today, I introduce her in the capacity of Rotary, although even in this thing, she has been backdoor doing lots of the communications that you see, lots of the marketing. But in Rotary, we need her because she is the chair of community service. Thank you, Marion. And at a certain point, you're going to come here and help me guide the process. Yunia.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really think now that we are coming to the last phase of the forum, we need to have a big loud hand clap for Madame Naomi. She's kept us tuned. She's kept us entertained. Someone came and whispered to her, did Wamila cassette? What's it? But anyway, Naomi, thank you so much for a job well done. And ladies and gentlemen, she's one of us. She's one of us. She's from the CSO fraternity, but of course with comms skills. So we appreciate you, Naomi. Thank you so much. So I'm happy to note that we've come to the end of the 1.5 days. And looking in the room, I can see the statistics for the dropout rate in our schools have not been depicted, but they're quite high due to different levels. But in this room now, oh my God, I'm amazed. You all sit still here, actually. I think you're even more than the number that we were yesterday at the opening. I want to appreciate you for staying in. I want to appreciate you for engaging. And most of all, allow me to appreciate the presence of government, represented by the Permanent Secretary, represented by Dr. Kalist, whom we all know was also here with us yesterday. Thank you so much for coming. And also the different officials from government, Commissioner Ivan, and also all of you who have engaged with us in the different sessions. I also want to appreciate, like you've all seen and witnessed, the members of parliament under the leadership of the UPF WASH, Honorable Silas, Honorable Baka, Honorable from Toroma. Thank you so much for always honoring our invitation when you come and you engage with us. We are looking forward to seeing you disseminate the manifesto, which is dear to you, based on the speeches that you always share with us. Our development partners, thank you so much for coming to join us and for supporting us for having successfully held the 15th Annual CSO Forum. But most of all, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to add to our list of development partners, Rotary Uganda or Rotary International. Just a couple of months ago, I whispered to one of the senior Rotarians, Rotarian Nsubuga, please stand up. I whispered to him that Rotary and the WASH sector, there's so many initiatives and values that we both hold dear. But we've been looking out for partnership with them for a long time, but haven't been able to fulfill it. But within a couple of weeks, he said, let's fix an appointment with the district governor. And I'm telling you, within a week, we had a meeting. We had, who are we? Anyway, we are bigos. Because as you were said, we are 200 plus CSOs. So we are proud of that. But the district governor, amidst his busy schedule, came with a big delegation like you see here, Madam Carissa. Akram hasn't been mentioned, Madam Marion, all of them, they came to visit us and to see, to discuss areas of potential partnership. We had a very good meeting, and I think you saw us on social media. We are very good at that. And the governor said, we can have an MOU maybe within mid 15th October. And we are like, oh my God, he's quite ambitious. But we are surprised upon reflection. We said, why not maximize on this opportunity, Governor? We have 200 plus CSOs in this room to witness this, the signing of this MOU, but also for them to know of the opportunity that is bringing to them. So thank you so much for still honoring and expediting. We've been working with Akram and the rest of the team to make sure that this happens today. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Of course, my boss says we have my board members here. Please, even those from the organizations, thank you so much for the dedication and the guidance. And our members, you, the members of civil society, without you, we are nothing. You're the ones who have organized this event. You're the ones who have put together the content. You're the ones who have come up with those key messages that you had the tallest man in the room, Mr. Mumbere, share with you, in the manifesto. So we appreciate you. Thank you for the advocacy. Thank you for the partnership. And thank you for the support that you always give to us. So our PS in the room and distinguished guests, the last 1.5 days have been focusing, this 15th CSO Forum has been focusing on the theme of WASH innovations for sustainable development. Like we've been hearing the statistics, as CSOs we said, business as usual needs to change. The status quo needs to change. The discussions, the exhibition, if you get a chance to still see a number of exhibitors out there, we are trying to come up with innovations that have cutting edge in both technologies and approaches. And that's what, even as you walked in the room, the discussions that you had. And also, of course, one of the objectives was to amplify the key policy issues that need to be addressed by ensuring that WASH remains firmly positioned as a driver of Uganda's socio-economic transformation in line with the National Development Plan 4 and the different global goals that we commit to. So one of our key reminders for the last 1.5 days was that in order to achieve universal access to self-sustainable WASH services is not just a development goal, but it's a human right and a foundation for Uganda's prosperity. By working together, by investing in innovation, and by aligning our efforts, we can ensure that every Ugandan, whether in a rural village, an urban slum, a school, a healthcare facility, or a refugee settlement, enjoys the dignity of safe water, sanitation, and hygiene. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it will depend on you whether you clap or not. Based on the discussions, based on the engagements that we've had, based on the exchange and the up to the last sessions that we've had, I think the objectives of this meeting, of this forum, have been fulfilled. Is it? So specifically for this first phase of my speech, I want to conclude by thanking you all for your contribution, thanking Government of Uganda for allowing us as civil society to compliment on the efforts that you put in place to ensure that every Ugandan has access to clean water and sanitation, for allowing us to operate, to engage with you. You're here right now. You were there yesterday. You'll be there tomorrow. Whenever we call on you, you open up the doors. Thank you so much for allowing us to discuss with you. We don't have to go to the streets in Uganda as civil society. That, hey, no. We do appreciate that, and please pass on our regards to the PS, pass on the regards to the top leadership of the line ministries. Yesterday we had Honorable Anywa, who was called upon in the morning, and she came. We do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Our development partners, of course, the thank yous. We won't mention them again, but quite many, those in Uganda and beyond Uganda, we appreciate you. Our members of parliament, Honorable Silas, thank you so much for always moving with us and encouraging us. This time we've made it easier. It's all packaged, ready to go. Our media, the media fraternity, we appreciate you. And of course, the board, our board of directors, when we go back there, every first month of the quarter, you should know that the University Secretariat, we are running around. What did they tell us to do? Have we done it? So thank you for keeping us on Bukeke to make sure that the messages we get from our members, we fulfill them. Ladies and gentlemen, many people have been sending me messages and passing on, hey, Unia, thank you, you've done it. It's not me. There's a big team behind all this. Specifically for this forum, under the tallest man, by the leadership of Mr. Mumbere, and please, Secretariat, come. This is your moment for them to know who is behind all this. And many times that we call Secretariat, you're called upon to come to be introduced briefly. There's no time. DJ Bawaka Imba, they're used to that. This is the Secretariat behind all this. I'll request each of the head of department to briefly mention what you expect from our members, what your role is, and what you expect. But first, to the one behind this annual CSO forum, Mr. Mumbere, tell us more. Half a minute.
Thank you very much, Idi, and thank you very much, dear members, our partners, our donors, government. I think the message has been already passed. All I can say is that in the next few days, we shall let you know of the next agenda of how we are going to roll over this manifesto to ensure that it is felt, it is heard, it is implemented, it is committed to by all and sundry. So every other political party in this country, every other contestant, wherever they are, must ensure that this manifesto becomes their number one manifesto. That is the message we shall come with to you, to see how we go to radio stations. Those of you with airtime on TV, on radio, we are available to go and popularize the manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And yeah. He forgot to mention that he put together this forum with the support of the thematic working groups, whom we also want to thank you, but also the change of office for the thematic working groups. Communication will be coming soon, where, you'll be notified. So that's next time you also contribute to this effectively. Next is Mr.
Thank you so much, Edi. Friends, my name is Martin Chitio. I work with IWASNet as the Layers and Networking Manager. And it's a pleasure, of course, getting to see us all, and for us getting to convene and having such conversations on how to amplify issues, but also to solve the equation that we are jointly contributing to, that is covering the gaps around WASH. So it's a pleasure. And from my department, we are looking forward to seeing how best we can nurture and certainly grow this collaboration with you, our members, our partners, and all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Martin, I thought you'd mention the awards. Anyway, he's in charge also the coordination, our communication, our publicity, and many times you're called upon, please submit. What do you want to be showcased? He's in charge of that. Then, of course, he has Mr. BK. BK, where are you? Okay, he's the one also always promoting our work on social media. Next is Madame Kwebiha.
Good afternoon. I'm called Kwebiha Bernadette. I work as a monitoring, evaluation, and learning officer at the Secretariat. I know most of you here, CSOs, know me. During this period of October, when I keep on calling to remind you to submit your reports, that's one of my key activities, and I'm happy that at least we are able to share with you the CSO report today. And other activities I do in regards to monitoring, evaluation of different programs we do as a secretariat, but also capturing the learning from different programs. Thank you. I'd like to also introduce my assistant who works with me to support in the department. He's called Jasper Muhanji.
Yeah, next is Madame Finance. I think you see she looks like Finance.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're most welcome. My name is Sylvia Nakayenga. I work as the Finance and Administration Manager at the Secretariat, and I also oversee the HR. Everything has been said, but what I basically do is being behind the curtains. Whenever you see all these invoices, pushing my team in line with my finances to make my account smile and be able to have all this, it is me, and I call upon you. When I stand here and I see all these numbers, I'm like, yes, I'm powerful. But what is happening? Whenever we call upon you, please, please, please endeavor to support, to always have us happy here, such that we can achieve all our goals. Thank you so much. Yes, I have a number of them, but at least I have one here. Our administration assistant, Zahra Abdul. Most of you know her. She has been at the secretariat for quite some time. Thank you. The rest are not here.
Okay, the rest of the team are not here. One thing I must say, this team that you see here, they're delivering. They're making sure that whatever is expected of them is delivered, including this year's forum. But I'm telling you, they have delivered under hard times. Okay? So they really deserve a loud hand clap. That in spite of the, yesterday I mentioned, the federal government of US closed because of what? Lack of funds. But we said as the WASNet for us, we're here to deliver. Whether there are funds or not, we'll still make sure that we fulfill our role. Thank you so much, team. They don't know, I know. That's why you should appreciate them. So, please go back. As I conclude, of course, the last key item on the agenda is the sealing of the partnership with Rotary International, Rotary Uganda. Like I've mentioned, we realize that both Rotary and us as the civil society implementing water and sanitation, we do have similar values. Rotary is a network of passionate volunteers, clubs that are embedded in communities, just like we are. And it has a long tradition of service above self, just like we are, we as the civil society. And on the other hand, as the WASNet, we have a pool of expertise. We have a pool of the voices of the civil society, of the communities where we are working. We are offering technical expertise, and through the network, we are offering coordination and a strong advocacy platform. So together, our strengths complement each other. So through this collaboration, when you'll be seeing us putting the seal, we are not selling you. It's really trying to foster a partnership that's going to foster financing and governance in the sector, foster knowledge and skills and innovations, to foster supporting the communities that we are both aimed at bridging the gap. The statistics were shared by the manifesto, but since yesterday, we've been talking about these statistics, that somewhere there's a woman exchanging, or a young girl exchanging her body to access a clean toilet or even clean water. That every day we lose more than 33 children just due to diarrhea. The Honorable has also emphasized the amount of money, 3% of the GDP, that is lost every year due to inaction to water and sanitation. So this partnership is aimed at bridging that gap. And that's why we also make sure they sign that manifesto. So that together, together we can aim at bridging the gap. And here we're aiming at imagining a Uganda where every child can go to school without worrying about missing class due to poor sanitation. It was shared that currently close to 5,000 schools don't have access to clean water and sanitation. Every mother can go to a health facility that is clean and safe and welcoming. And here statistics show close to 1,600 healthcare facilities where we're supposed to go. Your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, your mother, that's where they go to be healed, but instead they come out more sick. Every community has the confidence and skills to sustainably manage their water sources. So this partnership is a dedication that is going to be made today to extend an open arm to our friends in government, development partners, and the private sector to stand with us, to work with us, that together we can achieve much more than any of us could alone. And that is now as we also bring on board Rotary. What I want to mention is that Rotary has more than, did you told me the numbers? 2,000, 5,000 clubs. Yeah, 140 clubs in one district. But in 2 districts, there are more than 2,000 clubs. So the main objective of this is that, as we all know, I think many times we hear Rotary, they've been launching, they're implementing different water and sanitation clubs. So what we are calling on you is that in whatever locality, wherever you're working, let's engage with Rotary in these different clubs. Let's offer those skills of water and sanitation, environmental conservation in these clubs. And likewise, the money will come to you. Okay? As NGOs, we want to hear more, you reporting and indicating Rotary as one of the development partners that have contributed to your targets. So with those remarks, allow me to invite the district governor, Mr. Chakule, to come and give us a few more remarks, but also committing to contributing to our targets and our call regards the manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. I like to stand on the protocol, but I recognize the members of parliament that are here. Thank you for championing WASH in government. I'd like to recognize our development partners that are with us, the government, and also the CSOs that are here. I'd like to say thank you to Uganda Water and Sanitation Network for inviting us as Rotarians to be part of this. The most important thing for us as Rotarians is to make sure that we contribute to SDG number 6. That's clean water and sanitation for all. One of our key areas of focus is water and sanitation. So indeed, as you say, WASH is everybody's business and it's our business. So we've been involved in WASH for a long time. And I'll give you some statistics. Over the last 10 years, as Rotarians in Uganda, through Rotary clubs and our grants, we've invested over $14 million in WASH projects. But we know that WASH is complementary to other areas of focus, which includes health, maternal and child health, also disease prevention. Because I'll give an example of our project by Rotary Club in Yumbe. This is a Rotary Club that has mostly women. It has actually one gentleman. They've been able to implement water wells within their communities. And those communities also, in the households, they've also put up latrines. And they've seen a drop in the diseases that my friend Mumbere has highlighted, that impact on the causes of deaths of the young people within our society. But not only that, as Rotarians, we also go to the source and know that to ensure that there's proper water supply within the region, we need to secure the River Nile and this basin area. So we are setting up plastic traps to make sure that the water that goes to Lake Victoria stays clean. And I'd like to invite some of the development partners here, like GIZ and others that are really into this area, to join us in this effort. We also know that without the forests around, it will affect the climate. And that's where the source of water comes from. So we are planting or growing trees around the Nile Basin so that we still support the catchment area for the River Nile. I think we are replanting the forests in Kayunga, another 100 acres of forest in Mayuge, and also supporting Echibira Chakabaka. These are some of the initiatives that we do as a holistic way of supporting this initiative in the WASH area. So, to the members of CSOs here, we've been doing things in isolation. Currently, over 150 clubs are being involved in WASH initiatives. So, this is a year when we are saying we need to unite to do good. We need partners to help us achieve this. So we are coming to you as partners and saying, instead of all this work that we put in community assessments, we have partners within the field who can actually point us to where the need is. We also have a challenge of sustainability. We need partners to work with so that when you finish implementing projects, there is sustainability in terms of who maintains this and who gives us the right technology. I've been amazed by the innovations that have been discussed here. And those are the things that we need to work with you as CSOs and innovators so that we can have a major impact. I know the statistics are real. I'm a statistician by training. But when someone tells us 33 kids die every day, that's a big, big number. So we are happy to work together as partners, participating in all the initiatives. So please invite us. And I know we participate in the World Water Day. World Toilet Day, hand washing, and all these initiatives. But today, we are going to the core of the implementers and say we've come to join hands, make an impact instead of being piecemeal. So our partnership goes beyond projects. There are pathways to shared impacts and community ownership. So I call once again to joint planning, joint monitoring, to make sure that the things that we do in the communities will benefit us. So let us bridge the gaps, not just with pipes and pumps, but with partnership and purpose. And we've taken this step. I know my friends from Davis and Shatcliffe's are here. We've also partnered with them so that we select those projects where they can participate. My friends from AMREF are here, and we're partnering with them to start doing more pit latrines to improve sanitation. So as you've heard, we are calling upon you. Look around next to you, find a Rotary Club, and see what you can do with it so we can actually reduce and dent these numbers. I know it's a big task, but one step at a time. A journey that has been started, we know shall be completed. And I like to appreciate the manifesto and also the commitment from the politicians. So I'm not a pastor, but I'll pray for them that they actually come back in the next parliament. So together, every turn, every drop must give and ensure that there is hope in society, because we know WASH means dignity, and every partnership will make a lasting change. So I look forward to working with you as Rotarians, and we make sure that we make a difference in our society. Before I conclude, I also like to invite you, because I saw most of you don't have the lapel pins. I'd like to invite you to join Rotary so that we can do this together. We have partnerships. I know they were worried about media coverage. Through our partner, NBS, we delivered media coverage. The people who run most of the private sector are members. So with us, when you join us, you get access to our network, which is full of business and implementers. So I'd like to request my fellow Rotarians here to please stand up so I can recognize you as we start a new journey with the WASH network for NGCO. Can you please stand up? So thank you for joining Rotary, and to the rest of you, I look forward to inducting you in Rotary before I finish my term as governor. Thank you very much for listening to me, and God bless you.
A big clap. Please stand up and give him a standing ovation. A standing ovation for the DG. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. As you step this direction, I would like to kindly ask my colleague, Marion. Marion, please come over and take your position as the community service chair so that she guides how we're going to do the signing. I do not want to miss anything.
Thank you very much. You can hear me, right? Because I was very hesitant about using this color, but so I don't want us to take long. I know we are standing between your lunch. It's going to take a very short time. Our signing of the MOU with the WASNet and Rotary Uganda is that we are going to request the district governor who is going to take the podium. And there's a step the other side. Can we have that dummy go on the side, please? Yeah, so the district governor will take the podium and take the first seat at as he gets onto the stairs. The center one, sorry, the center stage. And then I'll request the executive director WASNet to please join and come and take the seat next to him. And that the stairs are that side. In Rotary, we are open book. We say it the way it is, and we show it there and then. I am going to request our legal advisor for Rotary Uganda, that is Rotarian Daniel Bogo, who is here with us. Please give him a hand clap. He doesn't just move with a pen, but he moves with a stamp. Yes, and we're supposed to be having the board, the representative for the board of WASNET. If you have a representative, yes, for the board of WASNET, to also take, I'm very sure you can pass here. Yes, so, yes, Naomi, please help me deliver those MOUs. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are going to witness here, I think Edie Unia had mentioned it, is that we're not just putting the pen, but we are committing to get down and get dirty in as far as making sure that we preach the word of sanitation in this country. And I like what Honorable said, our WASH champion, that the first thing you say when you get the microphone is talk about hygiene. And that is what is going to happen here. The first signature they take, it has to start with a W. WASH. The other one should go with H, which is hygiene. The other is S, sanitation. And that's how we are going to do it. So ladies and gentlemen, please take your pens. We are live, by the way. Just make sure you're smiling very well. We are live. I know there are 2 signatories, but we are going to append our signatures where there is a DG. DG is having a copy. I think that is DG's copy. This one here, it's here. Oh, okay, that one. So DG, you're going to sign, and the ED, the 2 of you are the main signatories, and then the other 2 will sign after you've signed on the other copies. And then we shall have a copy for Rotary, we shall have a copy for WASNET, we shall have a copy for the Rotary office, and we shall have a copy that is going to go to you, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for WASH. And also we have, as the CSO forum should have a copy that they'll keep with them so that we have the collaboration continue. So ladies and gentlemen, those that can't see, I am very sure the screen is clear, that it's happening now. Serious business. Then from there, we shall walk down and have a group photograph at the dummy, a sign at the dummy, yes, and then they have a group photograph. I hope Naomi have represented you well, very well, right? Yeah, the signatures do not make noise, so just listen to my voice. Yeah. So what you sign, DG and ED, just pass it on to the lawyer and the board chair, so they also append on it. Yeah. Yeah. I only thought these things happen at the UN, but this is serious business. There's even no talking to each other. And it's only me who's talking and smiling. But until the signatures are clear, I think that is when the smiles will come on. Yeah. So what is going to happen after the signatures? We are going to have the DG and the ED come down, and they do an exchange of the MOU, or the signed MOUs, for a picture moment. If you're here and you haven't joined Rotary, please inbox me. The cause is real and you need us. Rotarian Francis, it is good to see you from UNHCR. I'm saying UNHCR because Rotary is too much engrossed into the refugee support program. So it is good to have us. So can we please come down, the signatories? Yeah, yeah, you can pass there. You stand over there. ED, please don't jump here. Please go through the stairs. Eh. I'm going to request our partnership chair, Julie Carissa, to come and join me here also. So please come to the middle. And then we are going to have the two distinguished lady and gentleman, my DG and the ED, to do the exchange of the MOU. But let's have it on top so that we have, so that we have the branding of both. Yes, like that. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please stand up? And we honor this endorsement and partnership where the Executive Director of WASNET and the District Governor D9213 are going to exchange the MOU visibly live to endorse and say that we are here to support the WASH program, here to support the civil society initiative and everyone that is part of the WASH drive and the manifesto. Please go ahead. Shake hands and exchange the MOUs. Can I please invite the members of parliament, please, to join this exchange, and the permanent secretary. Yes, please show. Yeah, make sure. Yes. So we have the witnesses also there. We have the government. We have members of parliament, and that is the full support. And you're allowed to smile. Thank you so very much. So can we please walk to the dummy and also do that signature, DG and ED, parliamentarians and PS, our partners, everyone. The cake is going to come at the dinner. If you miss the dinner, you're in trouble. The awards. So let's have the signatories happen. The district governor. So the ED, he wasn't much Renia. Wow. Sorry. And we have the permanent secretary. Permanent secretary is very choosing the color. He has taken green. We don't know why. The forest, yes. Can we have our partnership chair, JJ Carissa, to endorse? Then we shall have our parliamentarians also. Thank you very much. Our parliamentarians, or the board, yes, the board representative for WASNET. Our members of parliament, please, with no choice of color. Thank you. Naomi, you have this microphone so that I can endorse both. I have two dockets here. I need my salary to be paid at the end of the month.
Thank you, Marion. Please go and append your signature. And thank you, Marion. Thank you indeed. I saw some very rich signatures that I see over there. Cynthia, corporate chair of the Rotaract Club. Rotaract are the little Rotarians. Please come and append your signature. This is the future that we want. Cynthia is pending her signature from the Rotaract, the chair of the Rotaract club. Please continue. Other people that are- Cynthia, I want when everybody is seeing you, like when all eyes are on you, the future of Rotary, the future obviously of WASH, our flag bearer for the future forever. Yeah, because if we miss it now, right behind you, there's Cynthia, corporate chair, corporate partnerships, Rotaract. Akram, WASH champion of Rotary. Akram, are you here? Please rush over. Huh? Is mobilizing resources. Please, oh yeah, I've been with him every day. Yeah. He has signed. Yes, advocacy. Amref representative, please hurry over. Lillian, perhaps, and Davis. Lillian and Davis, please hurry over. I know Davis and Shatliff, a special mention has been given to you for the private partnerships, and Amref, this is Amref, Theo is representing Amref. And Davis and Shatliff, are you there? No. Commissioner Orijabo, Assistant Commissioner just signed, and now Commissioner Birunji, Acting Commissioner Birunji is signing, and Amref will be next, and UNHCR, did you sign? Okay, Rotary. Davis and Shatliff, are you in the room? I think today they're not here. Okay, and the rest of us, we shall come and sign. Thank you very, very much indeed. This is amazing. We are going to do we did a group photograph, but if you want to rub shoulders with the Rotary District Governor, this is the moment. You just run here and the photograph will be taken. If you run here like in 2 seconds, I am telling you. But thank you very, very much. Please give them a round of applause for me, and thank especially Marion for me. I was worried. Thank you, Madam Carissa. Thank you so very much. Give it up for the group, for the team from Rotary Uganda, which is also the same as Rotary International. They mentioned here figures. Did you hear? $14 million. Guys, like, did you hear? That money, even Trump does not have these days. He's closing his government. Yeah. So if you want to go back and look for connections, this is the moment for you. There's a moment here to take a photograph, and you will be on TV. When you're watching TV tonight, the person who passes, it is me. When you see a person passing, it will be me. Eh? If you see someone passing, that will be me. The rest of you, I'll just see you on NBS TV live. Live at 9. You're going to the back. Please come to the front. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Rotarians, members, WASH champions, VIPs, please, you're now invited to lunch. Please, you're welcome to have lunch with us down in the dining area. And I am not qualified to announce that there will be things happening this evening. I do not know who has the invitation cards. Please come back. Please come back. They are whispering to me that we have not closed because the program because we moved some of these activities to the upper side, I sincerely forgo it. The permanent secretary, if you have reached the door, please come back and forgive my lies. I am the one that got it wrong. Please come back. I apologize. Those of you who had reached the door, please return. And we listen to official closing remarks from the Ministry of Water. And these closing marks, the one who will send us out officially is already in the house. Can I have your attention? Can I have your kind attention, please? Everybody, please, can I have your kind attention? We have had an amazing 2 days. This should be the best because it is the climax. I invite you to take your seats. I could call your names, but I'm being kind, I'm being nice, yeah? I'm being nice. I can see you who are talking, who are holding other meetings. You are holding other meetings. Please, I was going to call your names, but I didn't want to embarrass you. Please sit down and allow us to listen to the closing remarks and the official closure of this 15th WASH Forum, WASH CSOs Forum. And I would like to invite Dr. Kalistin Dimugaya, Director, Water Resources Institute. But coming here today, yesterday we called him our mother, and I know how that sounds, but he understood it and everybody agreed. And he is here today on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Okot Okidi, who will be closing this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know we are all hungry, so I try to be very fast. On behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, Dr. Alfred Okot Okidi, I want to appreciate all of you. Again, I ride on the protocol that has been elaborated since yesterday, but I'm delighted to read his speech at the closing of the 15th Annual WASH CSO Forum. Allow me once again, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate Uganda Water and Sanitation Network for sustaining this vital platform for dialogue, learning, and collaboration in the water, sanitation, and hygiene sector for the last 15 years. Let's give them another applause. As the Minister of Water and Environment said yesterday, it is not easy to sustain such engagements for this long, especially at the time when resources are limited. So WASNET, Ida, and your team, as a ministry, we will thank you and congratulate you, and of course challenge you that when you set the bar high, it has remained there. And I hope you are ready to keep that bar that high. But we also commend the members of the civil society who are members of WASNET for their continued collaboration and support toward service delivery, innovation, and community engagement. As Edie mentioned, without you, WASNET is not there. So for us as a ministry, for those of you probably who are not aware how WASNET was created, it was created by the Ministry of Water and Environment, bringing all civil society together. So it is an organization. And for the early years, the Ministry of Water and Environment actually was funding the Secretariat. So it's not that it is outside the sector, it is part of us. And that's why for us, being here, we're at home. The minister yesterday said, she looked at the program, she was wondering whether she was supposed to be here, but she said, I'm home. And indeed, we are home. So WASNET, as you move forward, always remember that you are part of us. We don't have an office in the ministry building, but when you come, you feel at home because you meet everybody that you have been working with us over the years. The statistics regarding WASH have been elaborated, and I will not mention them, but the figures remind us that partial coverage is not enough. And failure to invest now will only magnify human suffering and economic losses. And as a ministry, we appreciate the WASH Citizen Manifesto that has been launched today. And we are happy that our members of parliament have committed supporting it. For us, you don't even have to ask us whether we shall support it. It is ours because whatever you are trying to push for is what we are pushing for as government. Government is the custodian, is the duty bearer. And when you come forward as civil society to do this work, you're actually helping government to do its work. So when somebody is helping you, you can only clap and appreciate them and say, keep going. The over 100 billion Uganda shillings that is put annually into WASH is very much appreciated. And with the Rotary coming on board, I'm sure we are going to mobilize more resources. We know resources are limited, but the African Union has done a study and has indicated that we can actually mobilize over 60% of the money we need for WASH from within our country. While we look for money outside, money is within Uganda. It is here in Rotary, it is in the banks, it is with us as individuals. Individuals will also provide services to ourselves. That's why self-supply becomes very important. And resources are not in a cash, in kind. For example, if somebody comes and supports you to provide a WASH facility, then ideally you have mobilized resources. So I want to encourage all of us to always remember that we are in it together. Without water, sanitation, and hygiene services, we cannot live. I don't know how many of us came from home without bathing. How many came without brushing the teeth? Probably if there was no water to bathe or brush, you would decide not to come. So we are here because of availability of this water, availability of sanitation and hygiene services. Oftentimes we take them for granted. It's when they are not available that we know how important they are. So on behalf of the ministry, I really want to thank Governor Rotary for this, the MOU you have signed with the WASINET. As you said, we have been working with you in many ways. Mr. Nsubuga here, every year during March, we go to Jinja for the Nile run and we plant trees together. We have been having a program running out of trees where you are supporting. So this is just an indication of the good collaboration we have had, and we can only say continue supporting us so that we can make Uganda a better country to live in. The MOU that has been signed, I want to challenge all of you not to leave it on paper. We have signed many MOUs and we celebrate them. I would want 1 year down the road, maybe to have a meeting and maybe call us and we evaluate and see, has this MOU made a difference? Sometimes we get excited, but I have no doubt that with Rotary, with the WASINET, we shall deliver services. So let's not make it a paper that today it will be on NTV and people will say it has been signed. We want 1 year down the road, people to come and say, so many Ugandans have received services because of this MOU. And you know we can do it with good way. My minister yesterday highlighted a few issues with coordination, and the permanent secretary told me to emphasize them as we cross. That there is no way you can just work in a country which has laws and policies, and you just want to do your own things. Yesterday, my minister said that there is a sitting government. And what do governments do? They show direction. And the Ministry of Water and Environment is a government agency that deals with issues of water, sanitation, and hygiene. We have policies. We have revised our national water policy. It will be approved by cabinet maybe in about a month or two. How many of you know what is in the policy? Again, WASINET, share it with the members of WASINET. Government has set a direction. If you want to work in Uganda, my PS has said you have to follow the direction. Or else, you go and work in another country. So support government to deliver its services in that strategic direction. My minister yesterday talked about NGOs setting tariffs and collecting money. And my minister indicated that it's only the Minister of Water who actually has the power to set tariffs. So if you want to set tariffs, maybe you go outside Uganda. Otherwise, as for the Minister of Water and Environment, we say no. Again, we have seen relay and coordinated actions, and that's why would want to worsen it to coordinate. And my person said, ED, that if there are NGOs which don't want to be coordinated and are not providing reports, provide the list and we shall take action, including recommending the registration. Again, when you are working in a sector ministry is the one which actually recommends you. Again, we are not threatening you, we are only trying to put order in what we are doing. And of course, this is the core function of WASNET. So WASNET, take the bull by the horn. Make sure that the civil society organizations are coordinated. We want accountability. In the past, NGOs used to say, we are holding government accountable. These days, you have toned down a little bit. Government is saying, we want also to hold you accountable. How much do you get? How are you using it? And it's the reports which will show us. So we are saying, go by what you preach. And it's only reporting which can enable us to know what you are doing. Again, as government, we shall not interfere with the resources, and we have not done that. But we would want the local governments to know who is working there and what they are doing. We would want the central government to know what is being done. We do believe that with the resources we have, we could probably do much more than we are doing. Again, it's not only civil society, it's government. All of us, we need to pull up and ensure that to do things that can move this country forward. So compliance sector policies and guidelines is a must, and we would want you to reflect on this. This call to action through the WASH Citizen Manifesto is a call to action to all of us, and we do believe that this call can help us to mobilize the required resources. Just for your information, when we prepared the National Water Policy, we indicated to Cabinet that we need 30 trillion to provide services to every Ugandan over a 10-year period. Cabinet directed us to find ways of raising this money, and they directed us to develop a financing strategy. And one of the elements of the financing strategy is look for resources beyond the traditional sources. And Rotary is one of them. So for me, I'm happy that we operationalize the financing strategy. And when funds go to civil society, funds have gone to government. So again, don't say they have signed with WASIN, they have signed with Uganda government. So Rotary, thank you very much for recognizing the need to work with the Uganda government. We commit to ensuring that whatever you are supported is maintained and it moves forward as expected. You have called upon all of us to join Rotary. I've been threatening to join Rotary for the last 10 years. But today maybe, and I have a Rotary club near my home, including me, Engineer Sam Mutono. They have been saying, please join Rotary, and I've been busy. Maybe I'm going to find the time and join. Then I can also contribute to this resource. So those of you who are like me, Honorable Cyrus, I see you didn't stand up. So can we commit, those of us who are not part of Rotary, to join the bandwagon so that we can also contribute to this agenda? And I do believe that one by one makes a bundle, and then I think we can achieve that. In conclusion, I want once again to congratulate WASNET and its partners for organizing this forum. May the deliberations continue to be productive and your commitments, transformation, prosper. The Ministry of Water and Environment stands ready to continue partnering with you to accelerate innovations in the WASH sector for the benefit of all Ugandans. I thank you, and on this note, I would like to formally close the 15th Annual WASH CSO Forum for God and my country. I wish you safe journey back.
Thank you very much. Standing ovation for our chief guest this 15th WASH Forum. And on behalf of this WASH CSO Forum, we thank you, but we ask you not to go away, to please step forward and stand there, because you're going to help us thank and recognize the people that have partnered with us. Please stand in the center, and together with the ED, Unia, please come and hand over those certificates to the people that you would like to recognize. Members, please take your seats, and you will be invited to receive. I also invite the DG to please step forward and help to be part of this process.
You can't put parliament without him. What I'm saying, and support such are also our champion and we are good.
Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I really think it's late, so I'll just do what I've been tasked to do now, to read the different stakeholders who have worked with us to make sure that this year's CSO forum is successful. The first one is Water Aid. Please come forward quickly. Water Aid, as Uwanet is also preparing. Anyone from Water Aid? Alex, he's gone. Okay. Uwanet, Uganda Women's Network, making sure that all the issues of gender are mainstreamed. Anyone from Uwanet? Water for People, our Vice Chairperson, always willing to make sure they support us. UNICEF, ladies and gentlemen, they have been a key player in this annual CSO forum. UNICEF, Join for Water, our key partner. You saw their specialty, promoting integrated water resources management. AMREF Health Africa, Madame Teo, also a partner, they just signed with Rotary, promote sanitation. Our youth champion and chair and board member, Viva Konagwa, we've missed. We hold you accountable. We haven't had an energizer today. DG, please take note of all these organizations. They depict different skills. They are skilled in promoting washing schools and making sure the messages stick in the children. They're all skilled in different areas. IRC, my boss, that's the chair of the board. IRC Wash, anyone? Moses? Okay. Radio One, they've been promoting all the events. Anyone from Radio One? Yes, I could hear our adverts early morning. All that was for free. And I'm sure we shall be, Madame Kalis has gone, we shall be coming back. Radio One, okay. Opportunity Bank. Dr. Kalis, you call on us to partner with financial institutions. Opportunity Bank, they're really giving out different loans, wash loans, and also supported us this time. Drink local, drink tap. Operating in central Uganda. Evidence Action, making sure that there's no need to boil that water once that lady collects it. New technology of chlorinification at source. Thank you. Simavi, Madame Dana, not here. Care and assistance for forced migrants. Yes. In brief, I'm here to Kafomi. Also Rotary and DG and past president. World Hunger Hilfe. This is German. It takes me long to really. World Hunger, they've just shown some good work they're doing in Karamoja, protecting the environment. Thank you so much. Life Water, Water for Good. I saw RCD. Life Water, Water for Good. CD, one of the renowned national. CD is a Bubu, homegrown national organization, but so strong. Thank you so much. When I was thanking earlier, the organizations, the stakeholders that supported, I forgot to thank one of the people who have been running behind the scenes, not behind actually, they're the mails you've received the most. They have helped to open doors to many organizations and companies. Hap Wash. Charles, where are you? Though I quarrel with him a lot, but I thank him. He's organizing the Wash Awards, but we do no one from Hap here. The ladies you've been ushering, please come. Hap. Okay. Organizing the next event, which is the awards. We do appreciate Charles. And then lastly, of course, the you wasn't it. You honored yourself. Okay.
Come on.
Come, this is.
Can receive. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. That is it. So thank you so much. So I think members, thank you so much for persevering. It's now time for lunch. Where are you? You come and finish your money. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, members, for staying. You are invited to lunch. Lunch is served and ready. I hope you got a coupon. And if you got that coupon, please go and use it fully. And I would like to remind you that if you received an invitation, there's an invite only glamorous event that is happening somewhere down in the tent that you see that's going up and getting bright and colored up. Red carpet event. You are welcome 6 p.m. Drinks will be flowing more than water flows. In this country, people know how to flow drinks more than they know how to flow water. They can have no water, but they will have drinks. There's water in the drinks. Please, you're welcome, and make sure you do not miss this event. There will be awards. The WASH Impact and Influencing Awards are happening. Please attend 6 p.m. and bring all your fun and glamour. Thank you.